Oh, good. You can't hear me. Thank God.
Testing.
Yep.
Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Terre Haute City Council, 6 p.m. Thursday, August 1st, 2019. We welcome you all to the meeting. As you can tell, the room's a little more full than usual, and so we do ask that everybody be on cordial behavior, and it'll help all of us get what we want to say said and help us get through the meeting, hopefully in as efficient manner as possible. We appreciate that. It is, if any of you would like an agenda and do not have one, there are some up here at the front, and feel free to get one of those. So, with that being said, we'll start our meeting. It is our tradition to start our meeting with a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led this evening by Councilperson Don Morris.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would the clerk call the roll?
Councilperson Aller.
Present.
Councilperson Azar.
Present.
Councilperson Crossan.
Present.
Councilperson Devon.
I am here.
Councilperson Elliott.
Here.
Councilperson Garrison.
Here.
Councilperson Morris.
Here.
Councilperson Nasser.
Present.
Councilperson Nation.
Here.
All are present.
Thank you. Because of our crowded conditions tonight, too, we weren't sure how many people to expect, so we've made a few little changes, as you can see. So if you would help us and be tolerant of that. And I also would like to thank our city clerk, Michelle Edwards, and her staff. Not knowing how many to expect, she also made provisions for there to be a television in the outer lobby, so that people who might not be able to get in because of our fire laws and fire safety would still be able to see. And I really want to let you know that they did that, and that's we really appreciate that. The next item on our agenda is to have a comment on non-agenda items from the public. We set aside 30 minutes for that. Because of tonight's meeting, we have a lot of people who want to speak. So we hope that the non-agenda item comments will be held to 3 minutes or less in their comments so that we can get through the other important business on our agenda. If there's anyone who'd like to speak, please come to the microphone, state your name and your address before making your remarks. Thank you.
My name is Don Wayne Hyde. I live at 1411 Poplar Street. I am going to speak on a complete non-agenda item, but I hope this particular meeting you really need to listen. What the non-agenda item is simply about our elections. Why we vote for people in office, how they run. And right now in America, it's traditional that you have a Republican Party and a Democrat Party. You run in primaries, and you win the Republican nomination or the Democrat nomination, you run unopposed. And the bottom line, you come to the fall election, and you run, and you win. And if you're lucky enough to win, that's where things get tricky. They get tricky in America because when you win an election, whether it's for the city council, the county council, the county commissioner, the mayor, or a state office, or the governor, or a congressman, when you win and you put your hand and you are sworn in office, you stop being a full Democrat. You stop being a full Republican. You go back to being an American representing the people in your area, your community. No matter what party they are, or if they don't go and vote at all. Your job is to represent everyone. And that comes with responsibilities. You have to police the police. You have to police the politicians. You have to watch and make sure that when you spend taxpayer money, it's spent well, and it's spent fairly, and you get a good deal out of it. And it's not Democrat or Republican, it's America's money. And when you're in Terre Haute, Indiana, and you're representing the Terre Haute people, you're spending all our money. That's 65+ thousand citizens. When you spend Vigo County money, it's 100,000 citizens. And the reason I point this out to you right now, and I want you to think about this and remember this, is when you build something big, it has to be paid for. And when you borrow money from the bank, it's got to be paid back. And when we're borrowing now, traditionally in America, it's a 20-year loan. So that means whatever you build, school, jail, city hall, this thing you're going to build about convention center, I don't care what it is. It's got to be paid back. And every single citizen will be paying somewhat on that. Some will pay a little, some will pay more, and some will pay a lot. So that's why I constantly remind you that when we're spending and you build something with public money, it's everybody's. It's everybody's. It's everybody's responsibility. And you got to take that serious. You've got to watch and make sure that you don't spend more than the people can afford to pay back. You've got to try and get as good a deal as possible. And above all, you've got to make the politicians, your fellow politicians, accountable to the people. Explain why we need this, why it's got to be built here, why it's got to be built there, why it's got to be however built.
Mr. Hyde, would you
My
please
time's
wrap
up, I know.
your remarks? Thank you.
But I've made my point.
Thank
And I
you.
hope you take consideration of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on a non-agenda item?
My name is Carol Ferrix, and there are several things that I'd like to speak about. How every time we turn around, somebody's wanting to put something up and raise the taxes on everything. It's going to raise our taxes to build a new jail. It's going to raise our taxes to build a new police station. It's going to raise our taxes to, now they're wanting to raise, what was it, the water, I think, or, electric, 15%. Do you think if I need a new roof on my house, I could call Social Security and say, hey, I need some more money? You think that would work? I don't. I doubt that they'd give me a dime more. So why do you keep asking me? By the time I pay my bills, I'm lucky if I have $1.33 in my account. By the time my sewer bill is twice as much as my water bill. Okay? My electric bill is out of this world because I have air conditioning, even though I did have a remodel on my house, and it's supposed to be energy efficient at this time. And this stupid jail thing, it's ridiculous.
Ma'am, if you want to speak to the jail rezoning, that'll be at a different time in the meeting.
There will be a different time that I could talk about that?
Yes.
Okay, well, sign me up for that one, too.
Well, that's what you are
Okay.
signed up for. This time is just for items that are not on our agenda.
Okay, this is not on the agenda, but I do want people to consider the senior citizens that are on Social Security and all the taxes that keep coming their way, and I have to keep paying and paying and paying. I get my Social Security check, my disability check tomorrow, okay? I will start, I'll be 65 in November. But the thing is, they're not going to give me more money to put a roof on my house. Why should we keep, I'm going to be down to where I don't even have $1.33 in my account at the end of the month. You understand that now? Does everybody understand that? Yes, 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 yes. Okay. So that's all I wanted to say. I'm just upset about the way all of the taxes are hitting us, all of the raises are hitting us, and I'm not going to have enough money. I'll have to choose between medicine, food, or pay my taxes, or you'll all take my house. And so, it's kind of catch-21 there. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on a non-agenda item? Oh, Okay, if there is no one else in the public who would like to speak on a non-agenda item, we'll move ahead. Are there any corrections to the journal?
There are none.
Any communications from the mayor?
I did not receive any.
Any reports from city officials?
I did not receive any.
Reports from the Board of Public Works and Safety?
I did not receive any.
Standing committees?
I did not receive any.
No reports from non-standing committees, I don't believe. Are there any tax abatements for confirmation?
No.
I am at this point in the meeting going to make a little change on the agenda. For those of you in the audience, we're going to move Special Ordinance 19 to the top. That ordinance is on rezoning of a property at 621 South Center. Michelle, I didn't mean to take over your job, but do you want to read that?
Trying to
for us?
replace me already. Special Ordinance 19, 2019, rezoning of property located at 621 South Center Street. The petitioner's attorney submitted a request to withdraw.
Okay. So this has been requested to withdraw, but it is on first reading, so for us to take action on it, we would need to vote.
Madam President,
Yes.
I make a motion that we vote on Special Ordinance 19, 2019.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Aller and seconded by Councilperson Nasser that we vote on Special Ordinance 19. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We can vote?
Madam President,
Yes.
I move that we vote on Special Ordinance, or move to withdraw Special Ordinance 19, 2019.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilperson Aller and seconded by Councilperson Nation that we withdraw the Special Ordinance 19, 2019. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is so withdrawn. Next item of business.
Special Ordinance 15, 2019, rezoning of property located at 500 West Honey Creek Drive. You do have a proposed amendment before you. Area Planning gave a favorable with conditions recommendation.
All right. As Mr. Lind is coming to the podium, he is representing the petitioner. The petitioner will speak on this, then Police Chief Keene will speak, and then we'll move to public comment just for the group to know what's going to be happening here. So, petitioner, please.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Jeff Lind, Lind Law Firm, on behalf of Culp Ventures. We talked about this a month ago. I'll keep it short, but I do want to stress that the question at its core that's presented for you tonight is whether the site that we discussed last month and is shown on the exhibit is suitable for the zoning classification P penitentiary. As was noted, Area Plan unanimously recommended passage. The plat has been approved subject to the requested rezoning. The site has ample land. Any future expansion will not be faced with being landlocked by the size of the lot itself. The site is right in the middle of the county with easy access to I-70, US 41, US 63. Site has easy and ready access to the infrastructure or utility needs for the jail, frankly. The site is well secluded. It's been offered to the county well below the appraised value. They got 2 appraisals on the property. The size of the lot allows ample room for construction staging such that the construction won't interfere with local businesses or governmental activity while the building is being built. The site's had both Phase 1, Phase 2 environmental testing, and the county had no objections with those. Any concerns environmentally with the property to the west, we've been told by our engineers, the drainage is to the west or away from our property, so there should be no troubles on this site from from the sewage treatment plant and then on to the south, the northwest gas station. Something that came up last month, before last month's meeting, on the 8th and then on the 11th, I spoke with Kim Inglesby at the mall, Honey Creek Mall. She managed this the place for years. She has no problems with the jail as requested. In fact, she would welcome 24/7 presence of sheriff and police with location likes the idea of a brand-new building. She likes the idea that it may spur further development in the area. And frankly, she welcomes the additional visitors to the mall, even if they are just there to eat. Again, mentioned last month, and I think covered last month, the location near the sewage treatment plant was covered. Brendan Kearns noted that, you heard it, I believe you said it was a non-issue. But I also drove that fence line the week of the meeting last month. All my windows down, all 4 windows down, 5 miles an hour, right up along the fence. I mean, literally nothing in the way of offensive smell. Another point I want to make is that delay in and of itself in the construction of this project, or any other for that matter, involves increased cost. And I'll use for an example Parallax that came to you 2 years ago, and then over the course of the last 2 months. 2 years ago, built a 3-story, 60,000 square foot facility. The estimated cost at that time was $4 million, and they're completing that construction over that 2-year period. They intend to build an identical structure over the course of the next 2 years, and they anticipate the cost to be $7 million. And that's simply by the passage of time and the increased costs. I have a list of 20 counties who chose to build their jail more than 2.5 miles from the courthouse. I can read them if you'd like, or I can hand them to any one of you if you'd like to see it. These are Indiana counties. And again, we're talking about the suitability of this site, not about visions that others might have for the property they don't control. Tonight I've tried to address the matters that arose last month. I fully expect that there might be issues tonight that we didn't hear about last month, and I'd be happy to try to address those to the extent I can. If they do not deal with the real estate itself, would need to be representatives of the proposed buyer, and we have representatives from the county and their experts here. No one in the opposition reached out to me. I live in the city. I've lived in the same house for, 27 years, 27 years. No one showed up on my doorstep for a petition. We asked for a rezoning from C3 to P penitentiary at the site that had been pointed out to after the failure of the IP property and during the discussion as being a or the preferred site over the previous site presented. I can be available for questions, but I understand there are many other people who'd like to speak to that.
Thank you. Chief King, would you like to come forward and make your remarks? And just for the audience, Chief King did reach out to council last week and asked to have time to do this tonight, and we debated what the appropriate time for him to do that was, yes, whether it was in public comment or governmental officials, and we chose now, so thank you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the council, Sean King, Chief, Traverse City Police Department. I was told I have to wait on Michelle to give me the okay, because I think part of this audio video requires her to catch up to what I'm saying, so good? Okay, thank you. Okay, over the last couple of years, and particularly since becoming chief, I've been asked by the mayor to provide input regarding the police department, the building, and the jail proposals. Specifically, how these proposals might impact the delivery of services by the police department. Having the opportunity to have the department's views considered is important, and I'm grateful that he took the time to listen and include our input, as I'm grateful that this council has also granted me the privilege to do the same. Involving stakeholders is a cornerstone of modern policy and program development. Unfortunately, a number of proposals advocated by Mr. Goodwin and disseminated by online videos, public forums, and arguments to this council did not include input or consultation from the Terre Haute Police Department, despite my offer. In these particular instances, our viewpoints as both stakeholders and those most qualified to explain the delivery of our services and operational practices were not taken into account when these proposals were formulated. As a result, these arguments, reported as facts, regarding the operations of our department were inaccurate and provided false percentages. Therefore, I would like to take the opportunity to provide a policing perspective on these claims and address how these proposals can affect the delivery of services by our department. Now, I have been in the criminal justice field for nearly 26 years, serving over 21 years in the Terrell Police Department. I've also worked for the Indiana Department of Corrections and previously the Hawaii Armed Services Police. Academically, I hold a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Chaminade University of Honolulu, which I began while on active duty in the Marine Corps. Additionally, I hold a master's degree in criminal justice from the University of Oklahoma and a criminal justice certificate with graduate studies from the University of Virginia upon graduation from the FBI National Academy at Quantico. In short, I've spent my entire adult life, both academically and professionally, in the field of criminal justice. Now, why am I providing you a resume, you might be asking? Because when you engage in a question of public policy or program development, it is important to establish the qualifications of a person to speak on a particular topic. For example, if you're building a hospital or a school, nothing in my background suggests I'm qualified to advise you on the workflow or the operational practices of those institutions. I simply do not have the academic background or the operational experience to provide detailed advice on how and where the hospital or school should be built relative to their operations. That is not to say that interdisciplinary approaches cannot produce some of the most comprehensive solutions. Having different perspectives from multiple disciplines and stakeholders should result in better proposals. However, a thorough evidence-based solution cannot be arrived at by leaving out primary stakeholders, especially those best able to explain how the operations of a particular discipline function. This is true whether you're a teacher, a doctor, a lawyer, a plumber, or even a police officer. You are best able to explain how you perform your job task, and leaving you as a primary stakeholder out of any proposal can lead to flawed results. With that in mind, I'd like to begin to address a number of comments that have been reported to you and to the public regarding our department, and then provide you with an understanding of how our department provides services to the community and how those services could be impacted by some of these proposals discussed. First, I would like to begin by addressing some arguments made by Mr. Goodwin during his testimony to this council. At the time he informed you that it was your responsibility to consider that placing the jail at the southwest corner of the city would increase the cost of city government while reducing the quality of city services. Now, specifically, he indicated that it was his understanding the city police did not have a transport vehicle, that we accounted for 70 to 80% of the arrestees booked into the jail, and that we would sustain increased costs in transportation of prisoners to city court. From a policing perspective, we know that the Terrell Police Department actually accounts for far less than 70 to 80% of the prisoners booked in the Vigo County Jail. In fact, as you can see from the information provided by the Vigo County Sheriff's Department, our agency accounted for 53.68% of bookings in 2018. Second, we do have a transport vehicle, and as you can see from the picture, it's not new. Now, these claims represent excellent examples of how just exercising due diligence by consulting with your other stakeholders in this case, the police department could have enhanced the understanding of this argument. More importantly, the vehicle itself becomes less relevant when it's discovered that the city police department does not transport prisoners to city court, and we haven't for several months. I believe Sheriff Plassey is in the room here today, and he could address that and confirm that his office handles those transports. But this is just another example why it's important to consult with those that perform the job, even if you don't necessarily share the same outlook. In this case, Mr. Goodwin informed me that these were facts for the council to consider when weighing the jail rezoning. But the reality is that his claims were not true, and have since been repeated in the letters to the editor, forums, and online videos by Mr. Goodwin and a member of the Citizens for Better Government, further providing the public with misinformation. In addition to these claims, Mr. Goodwin indicates that what he refers to twice as response times and once as travel times would increase on average by 50% with a jail located at the proposed site. I would very much like to see the research design used that led to that figure, as I do not concur with that finding. In order to explain my response to this, I would direct your attention to the screen. What you're looking at is a map of the city of Terre Haute with overlays of our 4 primary patrol districts. The blue star near the center at the convergent point of all these districts represents the Terrell Police Department. The red star represents the current location of the Vigo County Jail, and the green star, the proposed site. To address Mr. Goodwin's claim regarding a 50% response time increase, we look at where the jail is now and the proposed site. The biggest problem with such a claim is that we have overlapping districts, as you can see. What that means is if the one car in the one district, two district, are transporting a prisoner to either location, the overlapping districts then respond to the calls for service in that district. This is just the same as if a primary district car would need to follow a victim or suspect to a hospital. So essentially, any claim that response times will be affected are negated by the use of overlapping districts and could have easily been explained if our viewpoint had been considered. Now, that I've touched upon some general information about our patrol districts and response times, I believe it might be helpful to discuss what it is we are actually reducing when a car is pulled out of its district. What we are generally experiencing is a loss of patrol time or presence in a particular district and an increase in another. Even some of this can be negated by a shift in the overlapping districts, but generally you want to minimize moving the district car out of its primary district when possible. Now, with this general understanding, that time spent out of a district is not ideal and comes at a financial loss of patrol hours for that district and those neighborhoods. We can begin to look at now that we know that, we can begin to look at these two arguments. Now, both locations rest at near the edge of our city, making neither location optimal. Based on Google Maps, the current jail location is approximately 6.88 miles from the eastern edge of the city limits near the airport. And the proposed location by the mall is approximately 6.73 miles from the northeastern edge of the city at Haythorne. Both locations will result in some city areas being closer to one or the other, but because both locations are near the west and southwest edge of the city, they will both result in less patrol time for the two primary eastern districts. So, which that will result or require the officers in those districts to transport prisoners to either side. There's a few other important notes to put this in context. An average shift, we will transport 2 prisoners in an average shift. That's based on the total number of bookends, the first slide, one of the first slides that I showed you, divided by 3 shifts a day, 365 days a year, minus those arrests for detectives. So what we'll end up with is just a little over 2. As you look at this map, one of the most important things to recognize, if you don't know, is that this is 3 district. Roughly 38% of our arrests occur in 3 district. So if there's any district in which you want to have your jail on the outskirts, it's 3. Unfortunately, both sites you're looking at are in 3 districts. So now we're looking at the impact to the other 2. Like I said, both of the eastern districts are going to be affected by placing the jail, over here, either site. Both sites are going to pull these officers over here, one way or the other. The other thing to remember is it's not just distance when we talk about, because what we're looking at is time out of another patrol district, their time out of there. So what you have to look at is also how long it takes to get to either of these points. At first glance, you might think, well, it's closer. Someone that gets arrested at Rose-Hulman might be closer to go straight to here. But then you might have to take into consideration if they get arrested there, and they can go straight down 46 at 55 miles per hour, and then 70 at 70 over. Depending on the time of day, it may be quicker for that particular direction. But in either case, they're both on the outskirts, the western outskirts of the city. They will have negative impacts on the eastern districts. But that impact, again, is limited to 2 arrests per shift. And the chances are, more than not, any of the other districts is going to be in 3. Okay. With that information, however, we still have to consider the second part of Mr. Goodwin's proposal. Specifically, that he and some members of local citizens groups are advocating for the police department to be built with a jail on the government campus. Now, we must also consider that moving the police department from its current location at the center of all 4 primary districts to the western edge will mean compounding the negative effect to the 2 eastern districts. Instead of having their primary patrol units leave their district on average of just over 2 times per shift, those districts will now see the patrol times reduced even further now, because those officers will leave their district every time they have to tag evidence, transport witnesses, victims, or suspects to headquarters, pick up equipment, and many other routine trips to the police department that occur during a shift. Last year alone, 1,746 individual cases had evidence tagged with them. The number of trips to the police headquarters far exceeds the trips to jail. Essentially, the same reason that Mr. Goodwin attempts to argue against the southwest location for the jail becomes an even stronger argument against his proposal to move the police department to the same government complex. Now, based on our analysis of these two proposals, Mr. Goodwin's proposal to have both the jail and police department located on the western edge of the city would have the greatest negative effect on policing services and long-term operational costs. Keep in mind, if you build a new building, the life expectancy of that building is 50 years. We have 3 shifts per day, 365 days a year. You think about how many times you're pulling those officers out of those eastern districts every time they have to go to headquarters for all those activities. That's far more negative than 2 trips to jail. And again, the chances are that one of those is going to be from the 3 or 1 district and not affected by it. Please understand, as officers, we work in a set of 3 129-year-old buildings. If you have any question about that, look on the county's website. 1890 they were built. Any personal comfort we as officers will receive from a new building built as a police department will not matter what location it's at. The location of the police department must be based on where it serves the people of Terre Haute most equitably and effectively delivers the services to the neighborhoods. In the end, it is not us as police officers that suffer by a poor location for the police department. It is the people that need those services most, and many times that are the most vulnerable among us. Moving the access further from the neighborhoods to the edge of the city serves no one and leads to increased costs in the long term. Now, my presentation is focused on addressing claims by others concerning the operations of the police department and how some of these proposals concerning the jail and police department might affect our ability to deliver services. It is my hope that this information may help questions people have had and correct any misinformation that has been circulating regarding our department. It is my further desire that exposing the dangers of leaving out primary stakeholders will encourage better communications in the future. At this time, I would entertain any questions that the council has about any of the information I provided.
I think, well, if you're, can you stay?
I can,
on?
yes.
Okay. Why don't we continue with public comment, and then if people have questions for you, they can do that?
Absolutely.
Is that okay?
Yes,
Thank you very much. Appreciate your proposal. I'll put you on the list.
Can I respond now about celebration, everybody's mind? I know I'm not on the list for... Whoever's first on the list, would you mind if I go ahead and respond?
Can we get some,
I'm sorry, I think I have to stick with the list. I'll put you on here. Okay, we're going to go to public comment, and the first person on the list is Don Hyde. And again, I'm going to ask for a couple of things. One, that to the extent possible, you keep your remarks as brief as possible, because we have 24 people on the list, and probably there's some of you out there who aren't on the list who also we're going to want to say something. And secondly, that we not have a lot of public outbursts while anybody is giving their remarks, if for no other reason, so that we can all hear what they have to say. So thank you, Mr. Hyde. Go ahead.
Yes. I'm basically going to give a review of what I've said for this entire matter, all the way back to the first time I came to a meeting and we talked about the building of the new jail to now. The questions you have are the same questions I have, and that's what the problem is. This county commissioners have not answered our questions or your questions, and I don't think that's right. When I came up here and talked about responsibility, they have the responsibility to the rest of the voters, to the taxpayers, to the people at large, to explain why they're doing what they're doing, no matter what it is, including building a school for the school corporation. We have to have questions answered so we understand what's going on, and they are not answering questions. Now, the police, the one gentleman said that they had, the builder said they got no problem, but he's also failed to say that to get the plumbing right, it's going to cost us $1,300,000 just to hook up the plumbing right, because they're building the jail. I am also going to stand by, disagree with the police chief. I love this comment, and I learned something I didn't know. but it still does not keep the fundamental question has to be asked. We're going to pay money, tax money, for the next, according to the police chief, they're going to hope the building stands for 50 years. So that means we're going to pay money to have the prisoners transported to the courthouse and back every time for the next 50 years. That means a baby being born today will be 50 years old before them payments end. By the way, when you're talking about transportation, it's like taking money and burning it. If you do not have to spend the money by building the jail in that parking lot over there, they can walk. Anytime you transport somebody somewhere, that's money that does not have to be spent. That remains unanswered. And they haven't said anything. Plus, there's other questions. Here's a few other things, and then I'll sit down. We've been sued 3 different times in 40 years, and they succeeded in putting us feet to the fire. First lawsuit was over recreation. They won that one, and we built a little basketball thing in the current jail where you can go in and bounce a ball and shoot at a hoop. That was exercise. That was supposed to end that lawsuit. Nah, I'm not buying it. 2, the ability for health reasons or something, or overcrowding. Well, we built a new jail. That was supposed to fix that. But we did not plan amongst all parts of our government to make it so that we don't fill up the jail the minute we build it. There's something going on there. Again, communications amongst you to the city, to the county, over what we're doing and why we're doing it. The police chief was right. When you ask everybody's opinion, you get more ideas and you can come up with more solutions that maybe you can afford. And this last time, now we're told the jail's falling down, it's unsafe. And like I told you before, okay, my arm's behind my back. I say, Uncle, we'll build a new jail, fine. But when I said that, I made it real clear, and I don't think I'm alone with this, that when we build it this time, for God's sakes, make sure it stands for 50 years. Make sure that you do the work to keep it like new. Don't let it be falling down. And also, where's that recreation going to be done? You're going to build a place. If you build it where they want to build it, fine. You got plenty of land. I've not heard the builder. I've not heard the commissioners. And I've not heard anybody tell me where they're going to build the recreational field that should be there. You've got all that land, and you only need a small part of that land to put the jail building on. What's all the rest of the land for? I don't know. And they're not telling you or me or anybody else. And by God, we're paying for this, and we're going to be paying for it for the next 20 years. So we ought to have the right to know what they're doing with all that land that they're not using for the building. With that said, I hope I know that there's enough land there to build it here. I know that we can find enough land to park the cars. I also want to know, and this, I'll sit down, but I want you to think about this. I've been told, I was under the impression that maybe the building could be repaired. Now, I've been told by other people, and I don't know, I'm not an expert, neither are you, but we're told that it's lucky it's standing and that it will probably be tore down. And I'm thinking, what a waste of money we spent. Then we're going to tear it down. It didn't even last 20 years this time. For God's sakes, no matter what happens, do your job and make sure that the compromise with the taxpayers is done. And this time when you build the jail, it will stand and operate and be usable for 50 years, allowing us to spend money in other areas, not constantly the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person on the list is Ryan Carter.
How you doing? I'm Ryan Carter, 65 3rd Avenue, Charlie, 47807. I just want to say, I'm cool with the jail going there if you guys can negotiate the price. You know what I'm saying? Like, does really that much money need to go into a jail? Two is, King talked about the jail and the police department being together. Well, I don't know how long ago it was. There was a substation on Locust Street. So why'd they have a substation when they had the police department here that close? So why couldn't we have the jail and the police department together with a substation back at Locust Street? Feasible, I think. But, who am I? Just vote with your hearts on this. It's up to the county, really not up to you or what happens here. Because that's obviously their problem. And then, you know, they put that on your guys' backs. So, if you don't want a lot of money spent there, vote no. But if you can negotiate that price, vote yes. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Carol, is it Frericks? I know you told us before your name, but I didn't listen to your last name carefully. I'm sorry if I missed it.
Frerichs. Okay. Now, I, too, am upset about the jail. Just the condition that it's in, maintenance wasn't taking care of it, but if you don't take care of your house, it's going to fall down. Everyone has to do maintenance, right? So, hey, and I know things get torn up, but they have to be fixed in a timely manner. Also, I cannot understand why we would, I kind of feel like somebody's got their hand in somebody's pocket about this land out here, okay? And I'm not afraid to say what I think. You know, I'm old, whatever. But I think this Thompson's across the street that you had not received a bid from, the last I heard, would be the perfect place. It would make the whole complex. You could put the police department there, the jail with the sheriff's department, as it is now, dispatchers in there, and you'd still have parking over here. All you'd have to do is walk across the street instead of getting in a van and carrying people two at a time to court. Now, I've never been to court, so, okay, I can't say about personally, but I've heard that they have closed circuit on the courts now. Now, is that going to be able to be run from 6 miles away rather than, 100 feet? No, probably not. That's going to be another cost to get that done. And again, it comes to, we have to pay for it. This one isn't paid for. The one we have right now isn't even paid for, and we'll have to build another one, another jail. We had problems with the contractors on this property over here. They made mistakes. They did not build it the way it was supposed to be. If y'all look back on the notes from several years ago, y'all find this. But it just, yeah, and then billions of dollars. Geez. I mean, give them a Hilton. Okay? Yeah, I mean, when I can't pay my electric bill because of all the taxes, I'll go get arrested so I can go to jail and I can have 3 hots, a cot, air conditioning, and cable. How's that sound? And I probably won't be the only one there. Probably have a lot of my friends there, too. I don't know what I do, you know, I mean, but it's something very important, you know, and Where's this money coming from? It's coming from my pocket. It's coming from everyone that lives in this city and this county's pocket. When we also have so many taxes, so many utilities, the water company, everyone's raising their rates. And, I mean, I'll call Social Security tomorrow and see if they'll give me some more money to put a roof on my house. But, you know, I think you all know what that's going to be, what the answer's going to be. So why is everyone digging in our pockets? Why don't we save for things? Why doesn't, you know, we should have been saving ahead of time. We knew this jail wasn't going to last forever. We knew it wasn't because we had problems from the start with it. Why didn't we start saving now? Back then. And then now we'd have the money. Or why didn't we go through with the lawsuits against the people that did build the building? Because of the problems that they had. It was supposed to be built so that it could be expanded up. Now, and it wasn't. So there again, we have a problem with the construction. And that's the construction company that the city council at that time, city county council at that time, decided to use. Did they go the cheap route? Did they go the expensive? I don't know. I can't remember exactly what they went, but I do remember that the Riverside Hotel is still standing up, and this one's falling down. So I'm just, yeah, I mean, I'm at a loss for words, really, as to how horrible this is for everyone to be reaching in our pockets again, to raise property taxes, to raise everything. And I know you can shake your shoulders if you want, Mr. Nasser.
I wasn't.
Oh, okay. I just saw it go like that, so that means shrugging your shoulders. But, think about it. I don't know if you ever did finally get a bid for the Thompson's lot, but if you did consider that, and then consider the long term, 50 years, okay, 50 years of driving all the way down there, okay, every time someone's arrested, that's a police officer off the street, because they have to take them down there and they have to do all the paperwork. My daughter's a police officer, okay? Not for Terre Haute, but for another city in Indiana. They have to take them in, do all the paperwork, so they're off their area for at least an hour, if not more. And then when they get back to their area, there's another half hour. And so, yeah,
Mrs. Griggs?
it's time to shut up.
Well, I just, if you don't have anything else new, I think you've expressed your concern about the cost pretty clearly, so.
I think I have to.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. The next person on the list is Craig Fox.
My name's Craig Fox. I live at 216 Woodbine in Terre Haute. My concern is primarily brought about by the fact that the sewage disposal plant is packed, full. There is no room to put anything else there. There have been, since 1963, there have been 10 major expansions down there. They're right up to the fence. They do not have room to put anything. What needs to be done is that this property that the county is considering for a jail should be sold to the city and the sanitary district so that we have room to expand it, because you know they're going to come along another year from now and have a new technology that they want installed. When the Department of Commerce and the EPA come in on those things, the cities and sanitary districts do not get the option of saying, we can't afford it. Hammond tried that and were fined $519,000, and then they still had to build them and pay for the new facility.
This is not something that would be a good idea for any city. So I think that I would urge you to deny the zoning here, and in fact, take the opportunity to buy the property from Mr. Call and use it for the future, so that there is a place to build if and when the time comes, and which will probably be within the next couple of years. With the 10 separate mandated improvements over the last 67 years, or whatever it is, this is averaging out at about once every 7 years. But since 2000, it's been almost every other year that a mandated improvement has come about. It costs a lot of money, and we no longer have any space on that property. The only way that they could build it would be to condemn other property to the south, and that's going to run millions of dollars in legal fees, et cetera. I think the better choice is to spend the money to buy the property now and have it so that we can expand as time comes along. I have brief notes if you want anybody wants a copy. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Andre Kumara.
So thank you very much. I'm Andre Kumar, 2129 North 11th Street. So we've been talking about the jail in the town for a number of years, and we've talked about the size, the cost, the location, and now we're here at this juncture. The jail has been near the courthouse location for over a century, and there's probably good reason for that. A single-level design has been proposed at that courthouse location and has been worked out to fit on that location with the current design. A second single-story design was presented by the architects, DLZ, and back in 2015. A third design, multi-level design, has been shown to fit on that location as well. County commissioners, specifically two of them, have repeatedly dismissed any notion of considering courthouse locations, suggesting that there's not enough room, even though these three different proposals have demonstrated that the location does have enough space to support such a design, including two-story single and two-story designs. It's never been clear to us why these two commissioners have been so adamant about not considering the courthouse location. It looked from our perspective that the community strongly supported the location as the best location given its proximity to the courthouse. Commissioners told us on a number of occasions that we were just a small group of people who were raising the issue and that the courthouse location was not feasible even in light of the viable options presented. This repeated suggestion that we were just a small group of people who supported this idea of having it at the courthouse location led us to finally determine this was really, if we were just really a small group, or if the whole community felt this way about the courthouse location as the best location for the jail. So we decided to create a Facebook poll to determine if that's true for the community. We asked a basic question on Facebook, and it said, do you support a less expensive jail at the courthouse? The poll was open for 7 days, starting Sunday night, July 14th, and it ran for the 7 days until Sunday night, July 21st. The poll was available for anyone to respond, and anyone could share the poll. Over these 7 days, the poll resulted in over 1,500 responses, with over 1,300 of them, or 90% of the respondents, agreeing that the questions with having the location at the courthouse. Only 158, or 10% of the respondents, disagreed with the question. The poll was shared 138 times, and it had 121 posted comments. I propose to you that we do have experts that should provide input, but I do propose that the community is also a stakeholder in this, and the community is speaking fairly loudly and fairly clearly about where they want to see this jail and what the location should be. Having 90% of the community support the jail at the current location seems to be an overwhelming support, and I would suggest that the public support should be considered and aligns with many of the comments that were left behind. And I'd just like to read one of those comments, and this is verbatim. 2 of the commissioners are ignoring their constituents. Citizens have voiced their opinion to this jail plan for over 2 years. I personally resent being bullied and told if this golf course site is not rezoned, the commissioners will locate it at the industrial park, which is further south and has no infrastructure in the place for the jail. The citizens have said no. The commissioners are not listening and are not being transparent. We elected them. It is time for them to be honest, to do the job we elected them to do. Listen to the citizens and not have some hidden agenda. If they cannot do that, they need to be remove themselves and move on to other endeavors because they are not serving us. No means no. Brad Anderson has openly commented that he would move the site to the industrial park if the golf course is not approved. This is an open threat to the city council against the citizens' best wishes. Is that threat legal or just ignorant or both? That is a comment directly from there. Thank you.
The next person on the list is Liz Brown. I am going to ask you to try not to applaud and stuff. We hear the comments. I think we know that there's support for comments on both sides, so I am going to ask you to do that because there at the end, it was hard to hear the end of Andre's comments, and so that's the problem. So thank you. Liz Brown.
Yeah, my name is Liz Brown. I live at 2129 North 11th Street in Terre Haute. And I'm a member of the group Citizens for Better Government, and we've often been told, as Andre described, that it's just a small group of people that doesn't want, right, that wants the jail at the courthouse. So we did the Facebook poll, which Andre described. We chose Facebook because each person can only vote once. So that was a way to kind of control for that. But what that doesn't do, there is some anonymity there. And we decided that we should canvass the city, do a good sampling of the residents. Okay, so what we decided was that we would go door to door in every council district. And we had a goal for that. We thought, well, how many should we get? What should we shoot for? And so we decided to shoot for 10% of the people that voted in the last municipal election. That would give us numbers to shoot for. And we did. Did we pass that? Oh, he forgot to pass. You should have a copy of these results, because I don't want to stand up here and be a pedantic math teacher.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
And if you would also give one to the city clerk for the record.
Yeah. All right, so you can look here and see that we we talked with, door to door, a total of, 1,422 Terre Haute residents, and scattered through all of the council districts. We weren't going to people we knew. We would say, oh, I'm going to go do this street, and we would just go up and down that street and check. So there's that. Okay. What I get from this is the residents of Terre Haute overwhelmingly want to have that jail at the courthouse, near the courthouse, not at the south end of town. Okay, overwhelmingly. 85%, when we took them all together, want it here on the government complex. So that's something I want you to know and to think about. At the last council meeting, Councilwoman Aller very passionately talked about her purpose for being on the council, to serve her constituents. And I think all of you would support that, have that in mind. Your constituents are not in support of the rezoning of this property. So I want you to think about that as you make your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person on the list is Brian Bennett.
Brian Bennett, 220 Barton Avenue. Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. If I may, I'd like to begin by describing my experience of going door to door with one of the petitioners. This wasn't the first time I've done that. I've gone door to door for many candidates in the past or to register voters. So what I would like to share my experience briefly, and that is that there are a lot of derelict, abandoned houses in our community. You all know that. Others I went to get the signatures for the petition were inhabited, but they were so ramshackle that they reminded me of the forts I used to build when I was a kid. But people are living there, and they call them homes now. So we are not an affluent, prosperous community. We have good people who live here, but a lot of them are hurting right now. They don't want an expensive mega jail. They want a lower-cost facility at the government center. I think the petition and the online poll that were just described confirm that. There's an old political maxim attributed sometimes to Gandhi, who, when speaking of his constituents, said, "I am their leader. I must follow them. I am their leader. I must follow them." Some of you on the council perhaps don't adhere to that philosophy. You may feel that you are a free agent, are not beholden to those who elected you, and that once in office, you're free to act as you see fit, not as your constituents would like you to. And if you acted independently like that out of principle or because your conscience would not allow you to do otherwise, then I would understand and even respect that. But in today's paper, it was stated that Councilman Morris and Councilman Nasser plan to vote against rezoning because they fear another no vote will force eventual jail construction outside the city. Another way you can say that is that they're afraid that 2 commissioners will then threaten to build the jail outside the city where no city council rezoning approval is necessary. This is not acting out of principle. That is acting out of fear and out of weakness. They have effectively been taken hostage by 2 commissioners, buckled under to their threats. Now, Councilman Azar and DeBon in today's paper stated in that same article that this is a simple rezoning vote and that their role is only to decide if the site is appropriate for the proposed purpose. They act as if they're being asked to decide on rezoning for a new Dollar General rather than to make a decision that could cripple this city and county for years to come. That is not acting out of principle either. It is rather an odd and self-inflicting narrowing of their role, narrowing it almost to nothingness. They are effectively abdicating their responsibilities. Council members, show some leadership. Lead by following your constituents. Their voice is clear and unequivocal. Thank you.
I must correct you. I did not say that, and it was not attributed to me in the paper. I want to make that very clear for the record. Thank you.
I have the, if you...
You can read it.
Okay. Let's see here. Curtis, I am very sorry that, so that comment, so that is a comment from Councilman Azar. So Curtis, I hope you will accept my apologies for that error. Sorry.
Thank you, and I think Mr. Mazza should report to his bosses that the Tribune Star was read during the comments on this issue tonight. Next person on the list is Charlie Williams.
Evening. I'm here this evening. I'm Charlie Williams, 51 East Long Ridge Road, live in the county, own property in the city. So I'm here both as a county resident and a city property owner. But I was unable 3 weeks ago to be with you, sorry, because I was out of town. But I was represented by one of my colleagues in the Taxpayers Association of Vigo County, and the essence of those remarks was that on behalf of the Taxpayers Association of Vigo County, we ask for leadership again as the fiscal body of 60,000 city residents to refuse to enable a project still without a budget ceiling, due diligence, and truly studied answers. So that was the essence of my remarks 3 weeks ago. I have some new remarks I wanted to share with you tonight, and they relate to the petitioning that I did for 11 days, at least 2 hours per. And we have proved that more than 85% of city residents oppose the location and runaway costs of the proposed jail. Residents were grabbing my clipboard out of my hands to sign. An overwhelming and impressive majority of hundreds we petitioned knew the subject matter and opposed it. The public's most frequent comments included, "That's what I've said all along. What are they thinking? Follow the money. Who's getting paid off? It's just ridiculous. No way we can afford it. Will there be any money left for schools? If we don't improve our schools, how will we bring new jobs here? Why doesn't the city build its own jail? What good will Turn to the River's beauty be if the county goes belly up? There's plenty of room there for a new jail, especially when the existing one is gone, and the city parking lot is never more than half full. We do keep so many in jail who are pre-trial. Or why do we keep so many in jail who are pre-trial? Why didn't they take care of the jail and keep it maintained? Thanks for coming. I was hoping you would come. Can I sign more than once?"
What was your answer, Charlie?
Sorry?
What was your answer?
Donna fielded that. And Donna knocked on more doors than I did, by the way. Why are they transporting inmates? We will pay for 20 years for their poor choices. They're going to do what they want to do. Curtis, I know you and my wife, Donna, have corresponded about tonight's vote. Thank you for your response and conscientiousness on the city council, a challenging office you've worked hard to serve.
I appreciate that.
You have worked well, but the electorate is adamantly opposed to the jail as proposed. You and the city council are our only immediate defense. If you defeat the rezoning, the jail will not be moved to the industrial park. Legal counsel advises there are federal statutes prohibiting such, in addition to the absurdity of the idea. Will it go to the Spring Hill site outside the city? No, not if you and the elected officials of local government stand up to the two commissioners trying to extort us all. Not if the county council will do what it should have done 3 years ago, set a budget ceiling that we can afford considering all the community's needs. As it stands, the foremost reason the two commissioners resist the courthouse site is because if built there, they will look as bullheaded as they are being. Now, Don, why would you vote to burden taxpayers for 2 decades when the county would not listen to your smart pleas for collaboration between city and county law enforcement? And when you saw 3 places on the courthouse property in the last meeting where it could fit? Karen, you want to be the mayor. Why would you vote against the will of more than 85% of the voters? Earl, despite all your good work as chief fiscal watchdog, if you defy the electorate's will, what then? Amy, you pride yourself at knowing your district, and we have confirmed their wishes. George, Neil, and Todd, you've all been reelected because you listen and serve your constituents. And Martha, as an attorney, you know there are legal options available to bring an unwilling party to the table. I suggest you table this tonight, get all of the local government to the table, and find a solution that doesn't threaten the county's future so seriously. One way for you to oppose this flawed and disliked proposal would be for the city council to file a lawsuit against the county's fiscal endangerment of the city and its citizens, who comprise 60% of the county. You may ask, is this too threatening? Respectfully, this whole mess is threatening. Ask Vigo County School Corporation Superintendent Hayward and Board President Jackie Lauer. Too bad my 4- and 3-year-old grandchildren wouldn't understand the question. But if you defeat or table the zoning tonight, we have the opportunity to stop the bullying and find a solution that will work for all, not just 2 bullheaded commissioners and both Garmong and DLZ. One final remark. As I walked all these doors, remember many of those who answered their doors said, follow the money. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. The next speaker is Donna Williams.
Donna Williams, 51 East Long Ridge Road. Good evening, members of the council. I'll be brief. You know I never talk as long as Charlie. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As a Democratic Precinct Committee person, I have knocked on hundreds of doors, actually thousands, but I didn't think you'd believe it, so I'll stick with hundreds. And I have registered lots of voters. I have told them their vote counts. If you vote in favor of this rezoning, I will have an even harder time convincing them that their voice is being heard and valued. Please consider that outcome for a city with a poor voting record. Only 8,434, or 20% of our registered voters in 2015. The community is now engaged, and your no vote could keep them engaged and encourage others to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Mike Lisa.
Michael Esau. I'm Michael Esau, 2147 Poplar Street. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all tonight. I just got a couple issues. First of all, I want to thank Mr. King, Captain King. That was awesome. I wasn't aware of a lot of what he had to share with us. So the 2 things I want to talk about. One is a lot of people I talked to went with the common sense issue. And I know that prior to Sheriff Classy getting elected, he spoke Citizens for Better Government. And his idea was it made common sense to have if possible, to have the jail up by the courthouse. And he said it again in the taxpayers meeting after he's elected. And then when he came back from sheriff's school, he indicated that he could serve the purposes wherever it was at. He was going to trust the commissioners for their part of deciding where it was going to go. I got a letter here that he says all of those things, but I'm not going to read it because I'm sure you all have read it.
So, give me a second. There's three things that I'd like to mention that have to do with where it's located. One is the cost. If we, according to Sheriff Classy, we've got to purchase 3 vehicles at the cost of $100,000. Is that $100,000 after they're modified? Is that $100,000 per vehicle? I'm not sure. The newspaper article wasn't clear. We're going to have to hire between 4 and 6 people to man that van. It was good to hear tonight that they're going to combine the services so that the city doesn't have to run their own bus service back and forth. That's going to be a cost to the city and the county. It's above whatever the cost would be to build it here. In addition, there'll be increased insurance concerns. Has anybody investigated that? Probably that's up Earl's alley. Because they're going to have to underwrite. I'm sure that there's going to be increased risk transporting the people back and forth from the courthouse. Speaking of increased risk, as all of y'all are aware, last couple of weeks, we had an accident at 3rd Street near Goodwill, where a sheriff was transporting a couple of inmates. There were some injuries. Nobody was hurt badly, thank God. But I bet they were careful. I bet they had a protocol in place. It's just common sense. If you're going to be driving your car through town, you're going to increase the risk that possibly there'll be an accident. That's going to increase the risk that citizens are going to sue us, rightly or wrongly. That also increases the risk of inmates, whether they have a good case or not, trying to bring us to court. I'm sure these are all things that other communities have to deal with, but we have the opportunity to not have to deal with that if we build it by the courthouse. Efficiency. Safety risk. And the last that I have, and I'm sure there's other costs that I haven't even thought about. This is just me going online, looking at what other communities do when they're faced with this problem. For instance, Mr. Federspiel, Sheriff Federspiel, when he came down, how many of y'all saw the, attended or have seen the live stream of the forum with the sheriff from Saginaw? Show of hands. So you remember the part where they faced the same thing. Their original idea was to build their courthouse on a property a couple miles, or the jail a couple miles from the courthouse. The judges got involved and said, well, how's that going to affect the efficiency of our court? Are you going to guarantee that these guys are going to be here on time? Because we face a heavy caseload, and if there's delays, that's just going to jam us up even more. And the sheriff said, we'll do our best, but we don't control traffic. No, we don't control things outside of our purview. So they, in the middle, changed directions and decided to build it on the government complex. A jail similar to ours, the same number of beds, for $38 million. Okay, so that's all I have for there. Now, on to the second point. Here are some things most of us are aware of, but in case there's people that are watching or haven't heard for the first time. For over a year, the Andersons, John Marble, and Michael Wright claimed repeatedly that Vigo County was under court order to build a new, bigger jail. I know you've all heard it. We've seen it in the paper. They repeated it and repeated it ad nauseum. After we reviewed the actual court order, it was revealed to be untrue, that the commissioners were fear-mongering to get what they wanted. The Andersons and John Marble have claimed at official recorded meetings, again and again, that they have approached the mayor and the redevelopment officials, and they were rebuffed, because apparently the redevelopment officials have some say on how this property is used up here. The mayor and the redevelopment officials deny this. You know what? I believe Duke Bennett. 2016, 2017, announced plans for the IP property. There was a public outcry. They withdrew their request, only to bring it up a year or so later, and y'all acted in our best interest to say no. During that effort, they attempted to circumvent the council, undermine your authority, with the ludicrous claim that the jail was an outbuilding for the sheriff's station. And recently, after the critical request was tabled, Martha Crossan reached out on behalf of the council and other officials in the community and asked if the elected officials to meet, share information, have questions answered, and find a way forward for the good of all. The commissioners demurred. Now we hear, so I got a couple of definitions. I've been looking stuff up in the dictionary. Merriam-Webster's, it's great. Extortion, the practice of obtaining something through force or threats. Coercion, the practice of persuading someone to do something by using force or threats. Some of the synonyms. Duress, intimidation, arm twisting, pressure. So this is what it comes down to. It's shameful that they would use a threat to punish the rest of us in order to try and twist your arms into doing something that maybe in your heart of hearts you know is going to bankrupt this community and take funds that are needed elsewhere for all sorts of things that are coming up. I hope that you vote no. I can't guarantee you how they'll react. They've been pretty consistent the whole way. But you guys have the opportunity to do what's right for the rest of us. Then I just want to share one story. I, too, went door to door, and like some of you know, I go door to door and lots of stuff. The reception was a lot more pleasant this time than a lot of times when I'm campaigning for, canvassing for candidates. And I had the same experience as Charlie and Donna said. They might not call you. Residents here might not email you. Maybe they didn't turn out in the last election, but they are in tune with what's going on here, and they're afraid that they're going to be left behind. So anyway, thanks a lot. Oh, by the way, Michelle, thanks for taking care of it so we could live stream this. I appreciate that.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Spence-Bennett.
Council President Crossan, members of the City Council, thank you for your time. It's kind of hard to get up here at this point because there have been so many great points made. I will absolutely, my apologies, repeat some of them.
Lisa, if I could just have you give your address.
Oh, I'm sorry,
That's
220
okay.
Barton Avenue, Terre Haute, 47803. You know, I want to go back to something that I said the last time I was up here in your last meeting. If you read the comprehensive zoning ordinance for Terre Haute, it describes some of the things of interest in the zoning process. The first one on the list is to promote public health, safety, morality, convenience, and the general welfare. I make it out to be about 5 cost elements that are of interest in this matter. The first is the impact on the police department. I really do thank Chief Keene for his explanations tonight. They really helped me understand some of his considerations and see how things work, and that is much appreciated. That's a great example of information that I wish we'd been getting all along. The second one is the cost of transportation to and from the courthouse when the jail has been moved away from it. Third one is the impact of the high building cost for the jail on our ability to fund other options that will keep people out of the jail. Speaking for myself, that's been my primary concern since the beginning of all of this 2.5 years ago, that we would build a jail that was so costly to pay for and to operate that we wouldn't be able to do the things that help keep people out of it. And we've all seen the bucket analogy where if you don't control the flow in or the flow out, the bucket will always fill up. And we're building a lot bigger jail. That's more people in the jail if it fills up. The other thing, a fourth thing would be, really hasn't been explained, others have mentioned this, why our jail has to be so much more expensive than some of the jails that have been built by an architect who's built a couple of places in Michigan at least, And then there are the other examples, and I don't think they were built by that architect, but we found examples in South Carolina and Tennessee that were built with costs of about that same level. I think they were smaller, but the square footage cost was similar to those in Michigan, and that just hasn't been explained. And then finally, it really hasn't been explained why we've chosen or choosing to build or proposing to build a jail that is larger than the external consultants had recommended for us. So those are the cost elements that I see here. So as others have mentioned, when you talk to people in the community, you see very quickly they have real concerns. They have concerns about rising costs. They have concerns about the lack of good jobs. They're concerned because they see people leaving, they see houses empty, and they don't know what's going to happen to this community. They don't know what our future looks like with these conditions occurring around them. You know, I do a lot of hiring in my department, so it is of note to me what it takes to attract a person to this community. I have to spend some time thinking about that, and I have to work with all my managers to make cases to potential employees who might move here. And I used to think, and I've said until very recently to those managers that, hey, let's focus on the low cost of living here. I've believed for a long time that we have a low cost of living, but after walking in our neighborhoods, I've walked in District 1, I've walked in District 2, I've walked in District 3 in the last few weeks. I don't believe that anymore. Talking to people in this community, it seems clear that the only thing we have that is low relative to other communities may be the cost to buy a house. Renting is very costly. Utilities are costly and going up. Taxes and fees have gone up and are proposed to go up further. People are very concerned, and high costs are a consistent thread when I speak to people. And so here we have a project where the cost of the community doesn't seem to even be considered. The commissioners say things like, well, when we get those bids back, that'll be our budget. And they seem to want to locate the jail wherever they need to locate it to make a point, regardless of what that does to the cost of construction or operations. So let me tell you, from talking to people in this community, they can't stand that. People in this community won't stand that. That's why 85% of them voted no on that petition. And believe me, as has been stated, they know why they voted no. It's because they want to see a change in how things work, and they don't. It's because they want the county government to listen, and it hasn't. And it's because their welfare and the community's welfare is being placed at risk by the decisions that our county leadership is making. Are you going to make that same kind of decision? Or will you look out for the welfare of this community? I have a proposal. What if you said, we're going to table this request until the commissioners talk to us and make sense about the site for the new jail, what the costs of this project are going to be, and our ability to afford the construction and operation costs for this jail? What if you said that? What if you looked out for the general welfare of this community and said, we need to table this decision until those major questions that we all have are answered? If you did that, you would show that you've listened. You would show that you will lead. You would show the citizens of this community that their concerns and their welfare matter. Please consider voting to table this request and requiring good, solid information from the county commissioners. Delivered publicly would be good. Information that is complete and makes sense to you and covers all of these major questions that have to do with the future and the welfare of our community, that would be just great. Please do that before you will take this matter up again. This community is watching. It's already been watching. We found that out big time talking to people. This community is hoping. Show us all that you are listening. Show us all that you will lead. Show us that you care about the future and the welfare of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rosemary Scott.
Rosemary Scott, 209 Highland Court, Terre Haute, Indiana. A lot of things I was going to say have already been said. Last meeting, this meeting, it's been in the paper. But a thing happened on Saturday that I was really struck by. I was at a group at the library in the morning, and they were presenting the poll. I knew from talking to people that people were against the jail behind the mall, as we like to say, because I'd been out and so many people had told me that. But after that, I went to a rally, and I took a clipboard with me so that people could sign the petition. I was overwhelmed by the people who wanted to sign it. Earlier, Charlie said they almost pulled it out of your hand. It was true. I'm not exaggerating. People said, give me that. I can't wait to sign that. I ran out of space. I had to turn them over and have them start signing on the back. I'm not a member of any of these groups, but little by little, I have listened, I have educated myself, I have researched, and I'm really for everything that they have already said. Transportation is terribly bothering for people. If it were to be built there, the word common sense came up over and over again. I mean, there are people that have just started to pay attention to this maybe in the last 6 months, and when they say things like, oh, they wouldn't do that. And when you tell them that that is what you're being asked to do tonight, is to zone that, you get the most incredulous look. It's just the same, I can quote what they've already told you, but the word practical comes up so many times. If I had to hear any word, it was, that's not practical. And the other thing that I noticed is, some of you know, I've registered people to vote, well, since I was 15 years old. And I've gone all over the state, but mostly here in this county. And we just about beg people to vote. Please get registered. Please vote. We tell them how much it matters. And that was the other thing I noticed, is so many of them said, it doesn't matter. That's why I don't vote. They'll just do whatever they want to do. Who am I? The people are so beaten down that they don't care to know who you are or how you vote. It means nothing to them. But I'm hoping they mean something to you. I'm hoping that you all really care and that you're going to ask yourselves, if this was on the ballot, would it pass? If you said, yes or no, put the jail behind the mall, what would they say? I can tell you all the ones that I talked to said no. And they said big no, like, what are they thinking? People were quoting country songs. There was a lot of It's funny how it's a great equalizer, because I talk to people with letters behind their name, and I talk to people that are on disability, have not worked their entire life. I talk to people that were very educated, but for some reason or the other, life hasn't gone their way. They don't have an income. And they'll say, well, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to affect my taxes, but I know it's a bad idea. And it just seemed amazing to me that you could take a slice of the whole town and hear the same thing over and over again. And I'm going on, but I really feel so passionate about it because I'm on the school board. I'm a trustee. And that was the other thing that so many people said to us. It has nothing to do with you people and what you're being asked to do specifically, but overall, you have to know that people feel like there's not going to be any money left for the school. So getting back to what you're asked to do tonight, to the zoning, I brought the paper with me because I just think it's important to see that, it's the headline. Y'all see the paper today? Okay. I mean, this is important. This is a big deal. You are going to stamp that it is okay for that jail to be put behind Honey Creek Square. And I can tell you, people think it's a bad idea. No matter where you end up putting it, don't stamp that. Don't say on this day tonight, I, as a councilman or a council person, said that was okay. Look out at this community, the people that are here and the entire community, and say, yes, this is what I am doing as your representative. I am saying that location is okay. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Ann Ryder.
Ann Ryder, 725 Maple Avenue. Madam Chairperson, I would like to ask if it would be okay to cede my position to Pat Goodwin so that he can
Pat's on the
respond.
list. I think we'll...
Sure? Oh, okay. Then, very quickly, I am not a member of the Taxpayers Association. I am not a member of Citizens for Better Government. Like you, I've worked really hard to become informed about this issue, and our commissioners have not helped us get the information we need. I come here today to speak about what you have to do, and that is, as council people in the city, I'm reading in the newspaper that many people are looking at this as a thumbs up, thumbs down. You simply need to make a decision about zoning. I've been a citizen of this city and county for 27 years, and one thing I would like to say to you is your predecessors who have made decisions like that up and down have created some of the blight and some of the craziness we see in this city that suggests that there has not been long-term planning for where we put things, how we intend to live in the city, how we intend to educate our children. And making a knee-jerk decision to put a jail behind a mall is part of how some of our city looks the way it does when we say thumbs up or thumbs down to, is it okay to locate something in this particular location? I am not a lawyer, I don't know, but just as a regular person, it strikes me as being very dangerous and perhaps exposing the city to a lawsuit to put a jail near a wastewater treatment facility. It may not smell now, but anyone who's lived here knows that every once in a while it does, and there could be an emergency. There could be some form of, I don't know, emergency where equipment fails. And the people who are in that jail have no choice where they live. I don't know if you could be subject to a lawsuit, but when you zone it and allow them to put it there, perhaps that's a possibility. And I'd like to say further, I echo what other people have said. I find it appalling that you should be asked to make a decision based on a threat. Thank you.
The next person on the list is Ralph Leck.
Ralph Leck, 725 Maple Avenue, and I'm rise to ask you to vote no on rezoning. The context that I bring to this is a context which is a little bit different than what we've been discussing so far, and I'd ask you to consider this moral issue and a global issue. The moral issue is a collective crisis that we have, and I think it doesn't help to be thinking about this in terms of right and left. I think we should think about it in terms of right and wrong. And the collective crisis is also a moral crisis, a severe national moral crisis, and that's the crisis of incarceration. No one has spoken about it. Our commissioners never admitted that this has to be the context, the intellectual, cultural, civic context that all of us have to approach this question from. Admit that we are the laughingstock of the world when we go around claiming we're the freest country in the world. And a few years ago, we had 5% of the people and 25% of the people in the world that were incarcerated by a country that only had 5% of the world's population. It's an abomination, it's appalling, and it's embarrassing for anyone who's a thinking human being. This incarceration crisis is also a racial crisis. We can trace the movement from slavery to chain gangs to the incarceration of people of color. We've turned our back on them. We have a country divided by racial inequalities, and we're acting as if we're making a decision here about rezoning. All of you know that we're making a bigger decision. I hope you know that. You're making a decision as to whether or not you're going to stick your head in the sand, like our commissioners have done, or you're going to admit we are part of a global crisis. We are the laughingstock of the world when it comes to incarceration. Incarceration is an embarrassment. We also have class bias. We have so many poor people in this community, and all we want to do is invest in jails. That's not a job program. That's not an educational program. It's not a way forward. And as a Christian, I want to say that this vision of punishing the poor by sticking everyone in jails instead of finding programs to solve problems, it violates my principles of putting the poor first and caring for them. Incarceration is not caring. Now, I have some good news. If you'll just bear with me, I have some super good news. There are different models of incarceration in other countries. Now, first of all, if you go to the web, look up global incarceration rates, you'll see that the best countries in the world, these mostly in Northern Europe, they incarcerate about 60 people out of 100,000. We have 105,000 people in Terre Haute. We should be incarcerating 60 people. We need to build a jail that's 60 people. And what we had proposed from the commissioners and their cronies? 527 beds. Now, maybe we can't get to 60. But God, we can fight for it. We can try. So what's the model that we know? Diversion. The model is to make sure they do not get in the jail. The model is to put money into programs that diverts them. The first is already being done, thank goodness. We're looking out for the poor by looking out for homeless facilities, creating homeless facilities. The second group that we need facilities for before they go to jail are for addicts. All of us know the opioid crisis. They're now saying 400,000 people have been...
Sir, if you could speak to the council list.
400,000 people have been killed as a result of this opioid crisis. This is a collective public problem. We need mental health facilities. That's the third thing. Fourth, we need to realize that we cannot be putting people in jail for marijuana possession or possession of paraphernalia. By January 1 of next year, both Illinois and Michigan will have recreational marijuana. Are we going to fill our jails up with these people? Fifth, we need bail reform. We know that. Non-cash bail reform will keep people out of these prisons and get us closer to 60 people per 100,000 rather than 526. We don't know the size of the jail that we need because we haven't undertaken these diversion processes to help those who need our help. The first thing you need to know is when we undertake this diversion process of creating these facilities, we're going to have a big enough footprint because we're not going to need a big footprint for this small jail. The biggest danger for this community is to create a jail that's much, much too large and not fight for our citizens and love them by creating facilities for them. So let's be clear about this. A vote to rezone is a vote to continue a failed, morally corrupt, racist system. A vote to rezone is going to give a blank check. They haven't told us how much the jail is going to cost. It's going to be a blank check. It may seem like a small thing. This is just rezoning. It is not. It's a statement about this council's vision for a future of this community. This crisis, this massive crisis in our society, this cancer that's feeding on all of us, this incarceration crisis, this contradiction in our vision of freedom, it can be solved. But we have to have the will, and the people who are running the show right now have placed their heads in the sand. A vote to rezone, and let me be I believe this is malfeasance. That is, it's literally, you would be doing an act of public wrongdoing, in my opinion, to support a system that by all international standards is 8 to 9 times larger than what other countries that are democracies and other countries that have free market economies. Supporting high rates of incarceration are equivalent to supporting high rates of poverty. Poverty is stupid. Incarceration is not needed when we look at the international standards. So let me just finish up, and thank you for listening. Vote no on rezoning. I want you to vote no on rezoning because it's morally reprehensible for this country and for this community to continue the culture of incarceration. We know it's not only irresponsible morally, it's also financially reprehensible. It's unnecessary. It won't help those who are going to jail. It will not permit us to love our neighbors. To continue our incarceration system, a system that's globally recognized as the worst in the world, would be an act of stupidity. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we will have a short break. I'm going to say until 8 o'clock, or let's make it 5 till 8, and then we'll come back and have the next person on the list. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's okay. All right.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Welcome back again, just for the record. Before we start up, I just wanted to say a little word of thanks. I did to Michelle and her staff earlier, but I also wanted to thank our police and fire department tonight. We knew we were going to have a big crowd, and they sort of helped us get things together so it would run smoothly, and I wanted to be sure we thank them as well. And the next person on the list, without further ado, is Michael Wright.
Michael Wright, 40 Edgewood Court, Terre Haute, Indiana, 47802. Thank you, Madam President, members of the City Council. I want to touch on a few topics that have been raised up to this point, starting with the idea of mass incarceration. We have a jail that is rated for 268 people. Today, I don't know the specific number for today, but last week that number inside the jail was 308. Outside, temporary custody in another facility was 40. So we're talking about 348 people who a judge has ordered confined to the Vigo County Jail. We are talking about, the proposal is to build a 498-bed facility. And I believe through the conversations we've had related to international paper and just in general discussions, the principle of once you get to 80% of your rated capacity in a jail, in a prison, you lose the ability to appropriately classify inmates. You lose the ability to keep people who may be endangered in an incarceration scenario, people who maybe committed crimes against children or the elderly or some other protected class, and other people in that jail might want to hurt them. Well, the county, in providing a constitutional jail, has to keep everyone safe. There is no exception. So having beds available, readily available, not to where you have to move somebody out of them to put them in, are important in a jail facility. So we're talking about a 498-bed facility. You take 80% of that, essentially 400 beds. That's, once you get to 400 inmates in a jail, in a 500-bed facility, the National Institute of Correction says you need to start looking at expansion, because it could go up from there, and then you're in the situation we're in now, where we've got more in our facility than we're rated for. So we're at 350 when I looked last week, approximately, and we're building a jail that, when it's at capacity, that 80% capacity, we're talking about 50 beds. That's the mega jail that's being proposed. Increasing our active capacity by 50 beds. Along with those 350 approximately people who may be held by a judge in a jail, we have a work release facility. We have in-home detention. We have every diversion program that I have ever heard about in this state, in this county. A drug court, a veterans court, an adult mental health court, a city court mental health court. We are doing, outside consultants praised this county on the work that they've done to keep people out of jail. And none of that has been acknowledged throughout this entire, not one person who's gotten up to this point has talked about the 6-month study that the county went through on the criminal justice system. You want to know why I think they don't? It's because it didn't agree with them. They have sit here and said to you that this county is oblivious to the problems that it is facing. That could not be further from the truth. Everybody associated with this entire project understands the stakes. And it's hard not to. We are involved in litigation. That is not speculation. It is fact. Several of the comments that have been made, strike me as inaccurate from a factual standpoint. I heard one of the comments that this project shouldn't be down in the industrial park because there's no infrastructure. I think it was a comment that Mr. Kumaroff read verbatim from somebody that he talked to during his canvassing of the city. How do you think you got the industry there? You got the industry in that industrial park because Brad Anderson and Judy Anderson and the other people in your position, saw the benefit of putting infrastructure down in industrial park, making it available for business. I'm making the point that whoever says there is no infrastructure in the industrial park doesn't have their facts straight. And I would appreciate, I have not said one thing while any of you have been commenting, and I would appreciate the same courtesy. We are, and I say we because it's, everything about this situation has become personal. People get up here called corrupt without a shred of evidence. I think some people in the city shop have been charged with things. And people can stand up here at a public podium and bash public servants and not point to a single instance discovered by the State Board of Accounts, the Department of Local Government Finance, every entity that audits every bill that the county pays, that the city pays every year. The Andersons. Brad Anderson and Judy Anderson have done more for this community than everybody that stood up here and disparaged them combined. They have brought jobs. they have brought. I mean, look at what is going on in this community. And I'm not trying to give them all the credit, but I think they are part of what we've seen. The convention center, a potential casino, jobs at the industrial park, new facilities, tax abatements that I sit here and listen to you guys consider for new equipment, new buildings. I realize that this community has a long way to go, and I'm not pretending to have every answer. But the idea that the judges in this community don't take seriously the idea of taking somebody's liberty away is offending to me. Because I sit in the courtroom and I watch them struggle with the idea of letting somebody go home or making somebody stay in jail. People talk about 60% of the people there or whatever can't make their bonds. Well, there is a bond schedule, and if somebody is charged with an armed robbery, their bond's going to be $100,000. They're not going to make that. That's because they're alleged to have committed an armed robbery. Not because they're poor or because any other reason, that there is a schedule that says if you're alleged to have committed armed robbery, your bond is $100,000. So it is misplaced, in my opinion, to stand up here and pretend like this community is not on the cutting edge of doing everything it can do to reduce the jail population. The commissioners have committed to working with Hamilton Center. They've worked with Hamilton Center. Their entire families have made their homes in this community, talking about Brad and Judy. Do you think that they are doing this to, as I heard, cripple their family's future? They are doing this to prevent the crippling of this campus, this criminal justice system. We need a single-level, efficient facility that has all the spaces that one needs to effectively police and effectively help render assistance to those with mental health struggles. It has been a cornerstone of the design idea from the outset. And you know, there was a statement made about Saginaw as compared to the facility that's being proposed. And Saginaw's plans were available. There was an analysis done of the differences between Saginaw and our proposed design. You know where you saw differences? Classrooms, attorney conference rooms. This facility costs what it costs because the things that the people who work in this field, who have explained what they need to effectively do their job, have been considered and put in the building program. The best example of this is the most recent addition to the design of a pretrial services area that the judges wanted in there to make sure that their pretrial services officers were not in another location, were not housed in the courthouse or housed someplace else. They're in the facility so that as soon as a person is booked in, there's a pretrial services officer there, and they've got the space they need to do their job. I would only say that from my conversations, it appears that many of you have gone out and talked to the retailers who operate down in this corridor, who make a living down in this corridor, and I believe that they support it because they recognize that this sort of project will bring something nice and new to that area. And the idea that people go to work at that sewage treatment plant every day, you know that. Are you worried about the people that go to work there every day? I mean, that idea is, I don't believe that any engineer or I don't believe that is based on any expert opinion, and every person who is an engineer or the city engineer found that insinuation insulting, that allowing somebody, that facility is not, that it's hazardous. Basically is what as I understand they're saying, is that doing anything next to that and that place in and of itself is hazardous. I don't think that's true. And the engineers and the architects don't either. So, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person on the list is Dave Frederick.
Dave Frederick, 41 Forest Glen Court. I am the attorney that's representing the county commissioners, the county council, Sheriff Ewing, and now Sheriff Plasky in the class action litigation that's been pending since 2016. That litigation stemmed primarily from a consent decree that was entered in a prior litigation back in 2008. And that consent decree in 2008 indicated that the number of individuals that would be incarcerated at the Vigo County Jail was not to exceed 268. So the number you've heard, 268, was really an agreement reached between the county, the attorneys in the ACLU about what was the appropriate number of people that could be incarcerated in that facility, given its size and given its condition. And also that consent decree was put in place with the understanding that this county was going to move forward to build a new facility or to remodel the current facility to expand it. 2008, 9 years went by, the ACLU's patience ran out. So they filed the lawsuit saying you've been in violation of that consent decree almost on a daily basis for 9 years. That jail is overcrowded, it's significantly understaffed, and its condition is not what is appropriate for modern jails or prisons in the United States. And that litigation ensued over 2 years. Last fall's summary judgment was filed and it was entered, basically indicating that this jail was unconstitutional because it was overcrowded, it was understaffed, and its condition was in a deteriorating position. It also made the decision that as part of the summary judgment order, there were going to be certain reports that are going to be required. And again, the whole impetus is to put pressure on this county to finally build a structure that complied with jail standards, which this county has not done since 1980, even when the new facility now it's going to be replaced was built. From 2000 up until 2019, our jail has never met with state standards from day one. The ACLU finally lost patience. That summary judgment was entered, and we've been reporting periodically. There's been discussions that the litigation is just going to go on, and what this body or the county council or whatever decision makers do will not have an impact on it. I think to a certain degree over the last 2.5 years that's been true, but I think the court's patience is waning. Reports were sent periodically from November until March, asking about the number of people that were incarcerated and what the progress was concerning jail site, jail design, architects, things of that nature. The last time we appeared in court was in March, and after about an hour-and-a-half hearing, the judge says, Vigo County, you're going to report to us monthly, and I want the following things. And I think a lot of you probably seen since probably the 1st of March, there's been a series of reports filed on the last day of each month on behalf of the county. What Judge Magnuson said is, I want to know at the end of each month how many people are incarcerated in jail. I want to know that recreation is being given 3 times a week to each inmate, And if not, I want to know why. I want to know how your inmates are classified. You know, how many have their pretrial detainees? How many are there from parole holds in Indiana, parole holds out of other states? And most importantly, I want to know what the status is of your jail site selection, or where you're at in this process. And so after this hour and a half, and she kind of said, here's what I want, I asked her, I said, I just want to make sure that I've got everything straight. You want wellness checks once an hour on people that are on suicide watch every 15 minutes? And she said yes. And then classification and things like that. And one of the last things she had said is a jail by May. And I said, you want a jail site around May? She goes, no, Mr. Frederick, you will have a jail site by May. And those reports have been filed at the last of each month, the last one filed yesterday. And the reason the court, I don't believe, has taken action because we've shown steady progress over the last 8 to 9 months to get to the point we're at today. As of Tuesday, our jail number was 331. The number of altercations that occurred in the month of July, which is another thing the court had asked for, was 12. Back when we started to file the reports back in February or March, the jail number was 312, 310. The number of altercations were maybe 2 to 3. The ACLU has filed a response to some of these monthly reports saying that as the jail number goes up, as far as inmates are concerned, so too will the number of altercations, indicating they want the court to take action if this continues. Tabling of this particular rezoning petition, I don't believe will be seen favorably by Judge Agnes Stinson. She's been patient with this community and this county because she was a Superior Court judge in Marion County for a number of years. Marion County has dealt with similar issues that we're dealing with right now. Overcrowded, understaffed, and jails that are just in poor condition. She's dealing with the same situation as a federal court judge that now, even in our federal court system, they don't have enough space to put inmates. We house them in Clay County, we house them in Henderson, Kentucky, all over. So this particular situation, I think a decision needs to be made. The report that I filed yesterday was met with a response from the court today that said we want to know what this body decides by next Thursday, to have a report. My assumption is if that petition is denied, I assume the sheriff, I assume the county council, and I assume the commissioners will be in Indianapolis within the next 30 days to answer as to the reasons why, after almost 3 years of litigation, we're no closer to resolving the situation than we were possibly back as far as 2008, and no doubt in 2016. It's also my belief that the ACLU and the Plaintiffs' Class Council will also ask for a 3-judge panel to be named. That 3-judge panel has, if it is granted, has more power to impose sanctions upon the sheriff and on the county as far as what the jail can and can't do as far as number of people, such as putting in a hard cap, which means there would be a court order saying that the judge, or the number of inmates in the facility cannot exceed a particular number. So this particular situation, I believe Judge Magnus has made very clear to us, and to Sheriff Plasky in particular, is that there needed to be a decision on a site, and I think you have the opportunity to make that decision tonight so that we can move forward to show the court that we're finally making progress on a situation that's really gone unabated since 2000. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person on this is Bill Wilson. Wilson.
Bill.
Bill.
Okay.
At least that's the way I read it.
Okay.
Good evening, council. Bill Wilson, 147 East Maryland Street, Indianapolis, Indiana. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the commissioners in the site location. There has been discussion about different types of jails, styles of jails, and I just really want to clarify a little bit of information for your benefit. Mr. Wright talked about that 80% capacity. I think it's important to understand what types of inmates we have in jails and why we need to have that flexibility in our beds. Obviously, we know we house males and females, but we also have inmates that are serving long-term incarceration and inmates that are serving short-term incarcerations. You have inmates that are coming into your jail and are probably booked or released on their own recognizance in a rapid fashion, and I suspect you have other inmates in your jail that have been there for probably a period of time well over 2 years.
You have violent inmates and you have nonviolent inmates. You have inmates that have histories of violence. You have inmates that have institutional misconduct concerns. You're dealing with increasing numbers of inmates with mental health issues that require intensive staff resources. You're dealing with the opioid addiction problem. You're dealing with inmates that are detoxing from alcohol when they come in and require services as well. You're also dealing with a lot of inmates that are on a pretrial status. In other words, they haven't been convicted of a crime yet. And you also have inmates housed in there that have been convicted and sentenced and are either waiting for transport to the Department of Corrections or they're serving local time in your own county jail. And all of these inmates within these groups oftentimes require special needs of separation. The sheriff has a duty to protect those inmates the moment they enter that property until the time that they're released, and that includes protecting them from harm, including harm from others and harm from themselves. And obviously it takes a lot of staff resources to make that happen. And so the question comes up then about how's the best way to do that, especially when we're looking at new types of constructions. And the whole point of a jail is we want something that's safe, secure, and it's also efficient. And I can tell you from my own practical experience, for 16 years, I managed a multi-level jail. And I just want to share with you some of those concerns I had with a multi-level jail. The first thing is the movement of people and services. When you're relying on elevators to move people, it becomes very complicated when those elevators break, when those elevators malfunction, when those elevators no longer work, because now you're requiring even additional staff to move supplies and inmates up and down stairwells. It's time-consuming, and it's also very complicated. Stairways and elevators, it requires additional surveillance equipment. They're problematic in securing the risk in those areas as well. They also bring up fire safety complications. In the event of an evacuation, you may have close to 350 or 400 inmates that you're going to have to secure in some fashion, move all those inmates down stairwells to an area that provides a safe perimeter to leave those inmates in. You have increased maintenance problems. As you all know, typically things flow downhill. It's not surprising. There are a lot of inmates who enjoy stopping up plumbing pipes, and oftentimes it's a disruption in administrative offices when the drop ceiling has to be taken apart to get to a pipe to clean out something that an inmate has decided would be entertaining to flush down the toilet. You have increased risk of potential equipment failure. And obviously, anytime you have equipment failure, you also have those management concerns that it may bring. Expansion projects become more complicated. As technology has increased, it became increasingly difficult for us just to find ways to move cabling up and down the floors. We looked for chases that were full. We couldn't run anything through the elevator shaft, and so it becomes very, very complicated to even upgrade with that type of equipment. You have less direct sight lines. Sight lines become really important in managing the jail, keeping the jail safe. When you stack up, you lose those sight lines. You have multiple control positions, or oftentimes we require one person in a control room to watch multiple floors in the jail. And it's cross-watching, and the courts have determined that cross-watching oftentimes results in unconstitutional conditions within the jail. And then also you have staffing on multiple floors, which increases the need for backup responses for emergency situations that occur in the jail. You want to make sure that you have the potential possibility for expansion. If you have to look at expanding in the near future, you want to make sure that the site provides for that. I think it's important. We heard earlier about construction. We have staging areas for construction. It's often difficult when you have limited space to have equipment coming in and out to do any types of renovations that you may need in the future. And all of that impacts your operations that you have. So I just think it's important that you're familiar, that you have some consideration for these areas that the sheriff is obviously going to be concerned with as the jail expanded. I can also tell you I'm involved in 3 jail overcrowded issues now in Indiana, working with 3 separate counties.
So you're certainly not in this alone. According to the Vera Institute of Justice, 64 jails in Indiana right now are crowded. It's an impact for a lot of different reasons that have impacted local counties and local governments. And I think it was important that Mr. Wright talked about that Judge Stinson even recognized all the work that you've done in Vigo County to try and reduce this jail population. So certainly the court has taken notice of that, and the court realizes that the county hasn't just sat back and waited for something else to happen to move this. They've been trying to move the needle, but unfortunately, as we look at what's going on in legislative action, a lot of these drug crimes have been reduced to these level 6 offenses now, and unfortunately those inmates are ending up at the county level that you're dealing with now, so, or will continue to deal with in the near future. So it doesn't seem from the numbers we're looking at that populations will be decreasing. All indications are is that jail population will continue to increase at least for the next several years, unless the legislators look at doing something about sentencing. So those are my comments, and I certainly appreciate your time and attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person on the list is James Kmetz. I think I pronounced it correctly.
Hi, James Kmetz, 2000 Blue Ridge Drive in Terre Haute. I want to start by thanking Mr. Wright. I too support the commissioners. They're doing a good job. Tonight, every person here is here for the same reason. We want you to do the right thing. But what is the right thing? Some here want you to do the job of the county commissioners and select a site for the new county jail, or determine the jail size, cost, content, in defiance of our county commissioners. However, those decisions have already been made. You're simply being asked to rezone this property so that the jail can be built to the standards determined by the duly elected county commissioners. They want you to repeat the mistakes of the past and force a jail that will not serve the county's needs and have to be replaced again by voting against the commissioners today. Today's newspaper article confirms that many of you recognize that you are only being asked to rezone this property. This parcel of land has been vacant for many years without hope for development. And if that sounds familiar, it is. In December, you were asked to rezone a similar property, but you didn't, and look at that property now. You said no to International Paper property, even though no one offered any legitimate reasons to not build a jail there, except for some fantastic dreams. You doomed a blighted industrial wasteland to remain a blighted industrial wasteland. Have any of you looked at the IP property lately? You don't really need to. There's no change, and there never will be. There isn't a venue called the Mill Event Center as was proposed. There isn't anything there, and there won't be anything there except for the retention ponds, the current lift station, and the proposed second lift station. There also isn't a Riverscape presence or plan. Riverscape and its leaders sold you on its plans for the property, a plan that was never reasonable. Immediately after blocking the IP property, Riverscape's leaders stepped down, abandoning those ostentatious plans because creating a park wasn't really Charlie Williams' real purpose at all, and it became unimportant in the continued fight against the jail. Now, as spokesman for the Taxpayers Association and Citizens for a Better Government, Charlie Williams has stirred up several small but very vocal groups to oppose, obstruct, and challenge the commissioners to have the jail constructed to his standards instead of what's best for Vigo County. Charlie Williams is an advertising public relations professional, having spent his life altering the opinions of others, getting on TV and telling his toadies what he wants. That's his job, and he's pretty good at it. They protested International Paper. Then they called for the present campus location and a smaller footprint. Next, they compared us to Saginaw, Michigan, but we're simply not the same. They brought in a pacifist group to tell us we're bad because we lock people up who commit crimes, and we should be like Chicago. Thank God we're not. We were even told that Rush County had a jail like ours that was much cheaper by a county councilwoman, who then admitted that she really didn't know how they compared. Many of the people who repeatedly speak against the jail are from the same small, vocal group of loyal followers of Charlie Williams.
They attend his group meetings and appear with him at functions such as these. Mr. Williams wants this jail on the present campus at all costs, in defiance of our elected leaders. He will stop at nothing to make that happen. A letter in today's newspaper from a Citizen for Better Government supporter confirms their calls for you to usurp the commissioner's plan for the jail and insert their own plan instead. Why elect county commissioners when we have Citizens for a Better Government to make critical decisions for us? I didn't talk when anybody else was. Remember, even though many of these people want you to do so, you're not being asked to determine where to build a jail. You're not being asked to determine the cost, size, or occupancy of the jail. You're simply being asked to rezone this property in order to let the county build the jail they want, where they now want it. That's it. It's been 8 months since that meeting on December 6th, and tonight a new jail either moves on or stalls dead. Do you seriously think that Judge Stinson will be tolerant much longer? A simple question. Should the property be rezoned or not? I say the only answer is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, is Jerry Varner still here? Barbara? It was either Jerry Varner or Barbara Batista, so it's Barbara Batista.
Sister Barbara Batista, 235 South 24th Street, Vigo County. Thank you for allowing me to speak, but before I say Jerry's part, you know that I'm going to have to say a few things of my own. I just want to lift up a few threads that I've heard, especially tonight, but also in relation to some of the other conversations and communication in the paper that I've paid attention to concerning this whole process. And I want to recognize to all the council members that yours is a serious responsibility. I recognize that. And I respect law enforcement. I almost always do what they tell me to do. I just had to. I couldn't miss that. Excuse me. I couldn't resist that one. The threads I want to lift up are four maybe. Accountability, transparency, fiscal responsibility, and honoring your oath. So in the accountability range, I would ask you to be accountable to the voters. Not only to what we heard from the polling and the Facebook poll, but from the communications that voters have had with you. And I don't presume to know all that communication, but I'm just reminding you and asking you to please be accountable and listen to the voters and respond to our needs. Another part of the accountability is I would ask you to call the stakeholders, bring them all together. What could be gained? A lot could be gained by having the commissioners, the county council, the city council, sit down and hash this out. We've heard over these months, really more than a month, over these years, there are some things we don't know yet, or some of us don't know. Perhaps you know them, but if you would all consider coming all together, be our safeguard. Be the city's safeguard so that we enter into this next step of a jail. And I know we need a jail. I have no qualms. I know we need a jail. But be our safeguard there. And then I ask for transparency. Don't move forward. I beg you to not move forward without answers from the commissioners. We've had some serious questions posed. Is there a budget? What is the max budget? Is there give us some answers, or you deserve the answers. I might not be privy to all the answers, but I ask that you get the answers. And then the fiscal responsibility. We need services such as mental health, affordable housing, to decrease persons ever getting in front of a judge. I know we've had and Mike Wright did a great job of talking about all the diversion in the Veterans Court and the Drug Court, but I'm pleading for financial aid and more money spent so people don't ever get to any of those courts, so they don't have to get in front of a judge. So please, the city needs money spent in that direction. So I beg you to exercise that responsibility. And then honor your oath to protect and defend the well-being of this community. We've heard this from other people. These are the threads that I've picked up during tonight's conversation and earlier conversations. And then one other thing, is it Craig thoughts? I thought that was a very good observation. Speaking from now one of the hats I wear, I was going to say I belong to a lot of different groups. I'm not going to tell you the groups I don't belong to or delineate all the groups I do belong to. But the Sisters of Providence have had any number of problems with water treatment, sewage treatment, and it takes years to come into compliance, and I can totally relate to the idea that there may be future expansion needs for our sewage or water treatment plant. So I would just ask you to consider, again, what we heard earlier tonight. Now, finally, from Jerry Varner, and I will read this. In 2015, the county commissioners requested a proposal from DLZ for a new jail. DLZ's response that they would construct a 500 or so bed jail on the existing site for, at that point it was around $32 million. And she asked the commissioners what was the most expensive component of the jail, and she was told it was the cells, the actual number of cells. Why then do we now have a $60 million jail with the same or so 480, 487 number of cells? She was told the increase in construction was the answer. So she consulted RS Means, which is a company that compiles data on construction costs for the benefit of contractors. The difference in average construction costs from then, 2015 to now, was reported to be around 9%, which amounts to about $3 million. She then asked asked just one of the commissioners, Brad Anderson, what was the reason for the increase in costs, and he said that he has asked DLZ several times. I hope that's not a misrepresentation of the conversation. I see him nodding his head yes. But we still haven't gotten the answer, is what I understand. That's one of the answers I was referring to earlier. So Jerry says, let's go back to that plan. The commissioner said that would require elevators, which cost $20,000 a year or so for maintenance and millions for a parking garage. Well, she checked their figures and found out that elevator maintenance is around $5,000 a year, and their cost quote from the ISU parking garage was millions more than the actual cost. Now, of course, a garage connected to a jail might cost more than a garage, just a city parking garage, but still, it's not to the point of so many more millions. Really, this is all about money. That's the point. Money that we, the city, that we don't have, and we don't know yet how it will be spent until you approve the rezoning. We see this rezoning approval as much more than just a simple rezoning approval. Again, earlier I mentioned you're a safeguard for us. We need money spent in a lot of different directions than just on this jail. This is not a prison, and the majority in our jail are awaiting pretrial. I think that's been drilled into our head over and over. They are poor. The people in this jail are poor, so they can't afford bail, and mostly are there with drug and alcohol problems. More jail cells will not solve that problem. The problem with the system, and we do have people in our government developing solutions that will expedite that process. The city councils, each of you, have been sworn to work for the betterment of our city. We must have your support, or that $60 million is history, and our problems won't be solved. The county council, who is to control county expenditures, gave them, the commissioners, the $60 million without knowing exactly how it will be spent. So I urge you to not count on the county council to be the safeguard. Again, we're relying on you to be our safeguard. Many of us have been working for over 2 years to propose a good jail and a good criminal justice system. We don't have a vested interest in anything but the good of Vigo County. They are not a PAC. We are not a PAC with hidden dollars. We are professional. She's got here nuns. Okay. We are professional sisters, nurses, and retired people. Sorry, that threw me. Professionals, sisters, nurses, and retired people, and some wonderful ISU students. And I would say also a variety of persons that stay-at-home moms, stay-at-home parents. These last couple of weeks, we have walked in extreme heat to find out if the public agrees, and they do. I shouldn't say we. I didn't walk. I brought my petition papers to places where I work, to the sisters, to different places. We cannot go to court to file a suit because it would cost too much. It's now in your hands. Something the commissioners have continued to do to you. Which of you, it's now in your hands. We can't go to court. It's going to cost too much. Which of you will tell me, will tell us, will tell the public that voting for this rezoning is for the betterment of the community? So I'm going to ask Amy, would you say that voting for this rezoning is for the betterment of the community? Am I allowed to? I asked her that. Yeah. Sorry.
You'll find out.
I sure don't mean to overstep.
We'll
find out soon enough. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Tess Brooks Stevens. Tess Brooks.
Hi, I'm Tess Brooks Stevens, and I reside at 2004 North 21st Street, 47804. And I have three little highlighted points here, so if you'll bear with me, I'll go as quickly as possible. First of all, I want to say that in grad school, I was privy to sit with a panel that was at that time the Ohio Justice Commission, where they were looking at privatization, mass incarceration, and things of that nature. I also have worked for the Indiana Department of Corrections, and I've worked for government for a total of 20 years. And putting all of that aside, my personal resume of experience with criminal justice has to do with the community in which I live. So one thing that was mentioned here was the 80% sustainability, or when you got to build a bigger jail because you get to that 80% marker. I was told by the RJ, whatever that guy's name was, I forget, that was doing the study, that part of this new jail system that they were building was going to have special accommodations for the folks that were mentally ill. I would say that rather than putting the money in the jail for the mentally ill, that money should be allocated for transitional living quarters, neighborhood, community-based health centers, where they can be holding places for treatment for those when the hospitals are overran and the Hamilton Center is overran. We are in our third generation of the cocaine epidemic. We're in our second generation of the opioid epidemic. And to boot, we have an unbalanced system of charging when it comes to bringing charges before the judge. So the judge can only do work within the parameters that the prosecutor gives them. And so if the prosecutor is unbalanced in the charges, and some being charged more, some being charged less, some felonies, some misdemeanors, yada, 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 that controls the parameters in which the judge makes the decision of where they go. Now, having said all of that, I get to the second point, which is really the thing that really bogs my mind, and I just can't quite get an understanding, because we are in the third generation of cocaine epidemic, second generation of the opioid epidemic, which means that there are 5 generations of young people that are in our schools that are suffering from either born with an addictive issue because of their parents' addiction or in an addictive situation because of their parents' addiction levels. So if we spend $101,000 per inmate and we're only spending $5,000 per student, it only costs us $60,000 to send one student to school from K to 12th grade. So we're spending more on putting the future of our children in prison than we are spending on keeping our children out of prison. So we're saying to the 1 in 4 hungry and the 45% free or reduced lunch that's currently in the Vigo County school system that their future is going to be the home of wherever this jail is built. Rather than saying to them that your future is going to be at the College of Indiana State, Rose-Hulman, St. Mary of the Woods, Ivy Tech, Harrison College, or any of the other institutions that are nearby. That's a sad priority. Not only that, we're also saying to those teachers that are handling those students that are coming in with disabilities and learning impairments that they're going to be having a class size of about 30 with no assistance in their class or with little assistance. It's also saying that there's not going to be enough counselors in school. It's also saying that there's not going to be enough nurses in school that's going to handle these students so that they can stay and remain in class rather than get suspended and be on their way to prison. So my issue is, when you talk about suitability, is it really suitable for a county to invest more in incarcerating their children than educating them? And not only that, the median income for this county is $42,000. So that means that we're paying more for a person to be incarcerated than most people make. So if we're paying more for them to get incarcerated than what most people make, and we're not educating them because we're paying more for than most people make, or what we're paying on our children, how can we then have jobs come to this area that are going to pay us more than $12 an hour? And if we can't make more than $12 an hour, we're not going to be paying rent. And if we're not going to be paying rent and we're not owning homes, then the only thing that we're going to be doing is paying for people to go to jail. And pretty soon, everybody will be in jail, and there'll be nobody to pay for us to be there. So that's my perspective. It's not a doubt in my mind that we don't need another jail, because I know that it says that we're supposed to have basic human dignity for each person that's incarcerated. They're entitled to that. But the people that are living are entitled to basic human dignity too. So if we're only breeding people to go to jail, then we've taken away their dignity before they got there. So the other thing that I wanted to say, and this is just, me being the preacher at, if we're going to build a jail and we're going to be spending all of this money, why not build green so we can give something back? Two, if Garmin, for some odd reason, needs to have all of this money to make this jail, and we've had tons of contracts that have gone through this company because I've seen their signs all over town, why can they not sow a seed back in our community and give a tenth per a person that they're charging us for back into our school system so that we don't have to worry about coming up where that money is going to come from? There's a such thing as tithing, and it's not just the people who go to church, it's also the people who function in the government. It says by your time, your talents, and your money. And if they're talented architects and talented construction workers and so on and so forth, then they can tithe the tenth of what they're earning to come back into this community to help relieve some of the debt that this is going to cause us. So I don't know where you're going to vote, how you're going to vote. Personally, myself, I think that we do need a jail. I don't know if we need it that big. I don't know if we need it to cost that much. Maybe if we trained some more people in the city, or we looked at contracting some of the Rose-Hulman students and plucked from our own field, if we glean from the people around us, maybe we could cut costs. I just think there's ways that we can go about agreeing to come to a mutual understanding to solve our problems if we work hand in hand instead of just putting everything in one bucket and selling it down the stream. I just don't think that's an effective way of doing things. And because my daughter is a teacher, I'm concerned about that classroom. And because my nieces and nephews are coming up, I'm concerned about that prison, the pipeline from school to prison. So I just would urge everyone in this room, whether you're county, city, county commissioners, law enforcement, whoever you are, it's important for us to prioritize what is important. And if you don't educate the people, then they're not going to go anywhere. And that's what we're suffering from. And so I just would say that, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tim Berry.
Madam President, members of the council, Tim Berry with Crow. Crow serves as the municipal advisor for the county commissioners and the county council. And I would like to address just one point tonight. And that is a consistent discussion point that I've heard from several speakers with regards to the costs associated with how to fund, and is there enough money to pay for the operating expenditures of operating the jail. Prior to the county council last year adopting the local income taxes to pay for the financing and operations of the jail, we worked with county leaders and advisors to come up with and to analyze both the cost of debt service as well as the operating costs. Following the presentation of the final report from Ray, we did so again and worked with them. And I'm here to say that, yes, there is adequate funding to not only pay for debt service, pay for additional operating costs of a jail today and into the future, but also there is additional dollars available for other sources and other uses should that, whatever those desires be of the county council, who is the fiscal body of the county. I'd also like to report that that was, analysis was conducted before information that we received today from the state budget agency. Today, the state budget agency was charged with reporting to all units across the state, all counties across the state, of income tax dollars that they will be receiving for calendar year 2020. And there is growth in income here in Vigo County. The income tax dollars will be going up 3.6% from 1990 levels to the 2020 levels based on that same tax rate. So what that's saying is that incomes are growing, the economy is thriving, and the economy is growing here in Vigo County as well as across the state of Indiana. Those are additional dollars that the city will also be receiving in their allocation too, as you work towards your budget moving forward. So with that, I think that is really the main focus that I wanted to address this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, and I apologize, I've been looking at these lists for a long time and my eyesight's going a little wonky here. Is it Herschel? Is it? I believe it's someone else in Congress. Herschel, yes. Yes.
Actually, Tim covered very well.
Okay.
So I'm in good shape.
Okay.
I'm here to answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. The next person on the list is Michael Gordon.
My name is Michael Gordon, live at 7916 East Fenway Drive, own a couple of pieces of property in the city, too. We're here tonight. First off, I want to apologize. Trying to follow an accountant is a rough act to follow, and he did a good job of explaining himself. Every time we have one of these public hearings, we learn new things. This is the wonderful thing about public interaction, and this is why we thank you. I've heard things from Chief Keene that throughout his tenure didn't come out in public. I learned that income in Indiana has gone up, what was it, 3.2% since 1990? What's the inflation rate? We're not keeping up with inflation, but that's beside the point. All of those things are beside the point. You're not here to make a determination whether this is a great plan for a jail. You're not. You're here to determine whether or not it's in the public interest, it's in the interest of all of your constituents to proceed with rezoning. And pretty much whether you're going to respond to the public point of view or you're going to respond to the politicians. I've never seen an outcry like this in all of my time. And I'm not brainwashed by Charlie Williams or anybody else, and I'm not paid by the commissioners either. You know, I've been involved in local politics and actions all my life. You know, not as a politician, but as an observer and a participant. Sometimes politics in Vigo County is a contact sport. Sometimes it's a covert operation. We're asking you to make a public determination on what you think your constituents want. That's why you were elected. To quote one of my favorite, currently presidents, Dwight Eisenhower, if those in elected office fail to listen to voters, they're being rulers, not leaders. We want you to be leaders here. We want you to listen to your constituents. How many people have gotten up and said, man, we think this jail at that site 3 miles from the center of government is the best thing ever? Well, I respect Chief King. He's appointed by a candidate for mayor, someone who's trying to hold on to his job, not trying to undermine the validity of what he said, but, take it with a grain of salt. The commissioners have paid a number of consultants. They've paid out more than $2 million, actually close to $3 million on consultants and legal fees to promote their plan. People in the community are just crying. We're just saying, hey, enough. There's been enough backroom deals. There's been enough private conversations about this. There's been enough private sharing of information. We need public sharing of information. We need a public hearing. I applaud your effort to try to get the mayor and the commissioners together and really bemoan the fact that it failed. And it failed because of turf issues. It failed because of egos. It failed because, all politicians want to have their name on a building, right? Your public doesn't want that building. They don't want that building at that location. It's not up to you to determine what location it is, but if you approve that location now, everything ends, unless it goes to court, and I sure don't want to see that for our community. We need to pause right here, right now. It's legitimate before we spend more than $100 million, because ultimately you can hear consultants say, yeah, it's a $64, $68 million plan. We got to pay for it. And it's going to be financed over 20 years. It's probably going to be financed over 25 years to ultimately do that. So that's a debt that many of us, pretty sure I won't, live to see paid off. I don't want my grandchildren to be stuck with that debt. And I think the majority of the community don't want that either. The majority of the community wants to say, hey, listen to us. There's a pervasive belief that everything is decided and that you elected leaders, once you're in office, don't listen anymore. I think that belief is wrong, and this is your opportunity to show the people in this community that you've listened to them, that you've paid attention to the groundswell of attention to this, and are at least willing to say, hey, this isn't a good site, this isn't a good plan, let's talk more. It's not your job to make the decisions about the jail, but it is your job to make the decisions about what your constituents need, what they're saying, and is that valid, and how we're going to proceed. So, it's a bad plan on a bad site. You voted down other rezoning efforts that had a hell of a lot less public opposition. Vote this one down.
Thank you. And the next person on the list is Pat Goodwin.
I did talk with Chief Keenan back, and he said it would be okay if we turned on the presentation screen again. Is that something we can do, or is it just too much trouble? I talked to him about it, and he said he was okay with it, so I have to assume that maybe it's still here. It is? Okay. Good evening, Pat Goodwin, 2215 North 10th. I hope you'll grant me maybe a little bit of extra time tonight. I did intend to come up and speak about the issue at hand, but in the meantime, someone else has been up here speaking about me quite a bit, and I'd like the opportunity to respond to that before I make the points I was going to make initially. Is everybody okay with that? As I look around the room tonight, I see All the city councilmen are here. I see the commissioners here. I see several county councilmen here, clerks here, the city attorney's here, police chief's here. Anybody notice somebody who's missing tonight? So I want to start off by saying I apologize to Chief King, not because of my statements that I made the last time I was here, but because he's being put in a very difficult position. He's up here having to rebuke something that I said in the past, and his boss, who appointed him to the position, can't even be here to support him. I think that's a shame. So I'm going to defend myself. I feel like I should be defending myself against something that Duke Bennett said, but instead, I'm going to be speaking with Chief King, a person whom I respect and have had good conversations with in the past. So I want to clear one thing up at the beginning, and that is he mentioned despite his efforts that I didn't ever come talk to him about this issue. And I want to just clarify, because I had to ask him about it. I didn't remember what he meant. I've met with Chief King a total of one time, and it was about a disciplinary issue I had with one of his officers. And during that conversation, at the end, we had a very good, productive conversation. I said, I'd love to talk to you sometime about the jail, and he said, I would be happy to do that. Or I don't remember exactly how that conversation went, but we both agreed that it would be good I'm sorry, it wasn't the jail, it was the police station, right? That sometime we ought to have a conversation about the police station. It was not about the jail, it was about the police station. We haven't had that talk yet, but I just want to make sure that it's clear that it wasn't that Chief King was asking me to come talk to him about the jail, and I refused to do that, because that would be a misunderstanding. So this is great stuff right here. I want to know how many people in the room have ever seen those numbers before?
I could hear you with that.
Okay. It's the first time I've ever seen them. And I wonder, how long have you had them, Chief King? Have you known these numbers for years, or is it fairly new information to you as well?
I just would ask for the information to the sheriff's department.
Okay, so we've been talking about this for 2.5 years, and tonight we finally get those numbers. Now, I didn't have a lot of time to look at them. What I see is about twice as many of the people brought to the, booked in are coming from the police department versus the Vigo County Sheriff. So I was off on the percentages. My percentages were based on taking a survey of people that thought they knew. So I talked to county people. I heard people talk about it in meetings, and what I heard was 70 to 80%. So I was off, but when you really look at the big two there, what you see is twice as many police, city police, as county sheriff. So, I'll certainly adjust my numbers now. I'm really glad to have these. Why didn't we get these months ago? If we could, can we pull up the slide of the transport vehicle? Now, surely this is not the vehicle you're planning to use to transport anyone to the jail in. Okay. So I'm a little...
I'm sorry. If I'm addressed, I would prefer that the council call me up appropriately.
Okay. So maybe I'll ask the questions and then... Okay, that's fine. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just trying to clarify. So
I'm giving a little leniency because this is a response to something that
the chief mentioned that as of a few months ago, they're not doing transport anymore, but I'm not clear on what that means, because right now, there isn't transport between the jail, there isn't vehicular transport between the jail and the city court. So I don't know what that means. It wasn't clear to me whether that was going to continue when the jail is somewhere else or not, but I think that's something that I would like to understand. I'm wondering if this is the vehicle being used. I'm wondering if this vehicle is currently in use. I'm wondering where this vehicle is currently parked. Because the last time I saw it, I believe it was at the Terre Haute wastewater utility. Didn't look like it ran at that time. Now, it may, but I don't understand why we were shown this picture as if it was proof that the city police had a vehicle that they could transport people back and forth between the jail and the city courtroom. That seems a little misleading. We have the district map. Can we pull that up? I love maps like this, by the way. This is the kind of thing that I use to try to analyze a situation. I'll tell you that when I said a 50% increase in average transport distance or time, I looked at it as a mathematical problem. You all know I'm an engineer. And I said, how would you figure that out? Well, a city road system is like a grid. And you can actually do a little mathematical calculation and figure it out. If you have a grid that's 100 by 100, you can figure out if you randomly drop 100 marbles on it, how much the average distance will increase if you move it from middle of the city, north-south, but all the way on the west edge, to the very southwest corner. And it's 50%. I know we do have at least one mathematician here, I'm hoping would back me up on that. But it would take some, yeah, these are actually calculations you can do. So my 50% is just based on if those were evenly spread. Now, I think the next slide maybe shows the percentage. Maybe go on to one more. Somewhere it said the 38% in District 3. Okay, you just said that. But we didn't hear what the percentages were in the other districts. Can you go back to just the 4? Great. Okay, so what we know is in District 3, we're going to say that the average distance is the same. You got the proposed location at the southwest corner, you got the existing location at the north of that district. So in that district, transport is about the same. My guess, and maybe Chief King can confirm this, is that the next highest district would be District 2. Most people agree that's probably the case in terms of how many people get arrested in a district. So now we've obviously now more than, on the average, probably more than doubled the distance from that district. District 1 also doubled the distance. District 4, on average, probably a little bit longer, but not much. So we got some incomplete information there. I'm glad that 38% are in District 3, but once again, if we look at the whole, I think you're going to find that the average distance will increase by 50%, so I stand by that number. Now, about the police headquarters, I don't think I brought that up actually in this meeting, but I have suggested that it would be a cost savings to co-locate the police and sheriff in the same building. I've suggested it as part of the jail. I've suggested it as a separate building at different times. I had a public meeting in December of 2018 where I invited those that would be affected by these decisions, those in public safety, to come to the meeting. And if you disagree with me, especially come to the meeting and state. And we had nothing. So I still think that co-locating the two is a good idea. Not if you put the jail all the way down in the southwest corner of the city. It makes sense you put the in a jail that is right here on the government campus. So what I don't think we heard from the chief was that he feels that this is the best location for the jail. I don't think he was trying to defend that putting the jail at Stew's is the best location. I would be interested to hear if the chief could pick the location, where would he put it? If all other things being equal, would he rather have it here on the government campus versus down at Stew's Golf Course? You know, at the end of the day, my objective is to push for a constitutional jail, decent sheriff's department, decent police station, get cooperation, get improved policing as a result of potentially co-locating those two, and do it at as low a cost as possible. So, for your vote tonight, I think the speculating about whether the commissioners will do something worse is a waste of time. There's no sense speculating. We don't know what they'll do. What you can say is, we can do better than this. This affects us. We can do better. I can't support this rezoning. And I ask you to do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Gary.
Gary Knezovich, 2000 4th Avenue, longtime resident of Terre Haute. I'm involved in a lot of community efforts, mostly working with the homeless here lately in Veterans Affairs, and trying to get the city of Terre Haute and parts of the city of Terre Haute revitalized. It's very difficult when we have the homeless situation, and the homeless situation is also directly related to the jail population too. We have people that are homeless that have been incarcerated 38 times. They do have incomes coming in, but with the proper monitoring of those incomes and then living in abandoned homes and other places, they're going to be incarcerated again and again and again. But first off, I'd like to say thank you for the privilege of speaking here. I've spoken with about 5 of the city councilmen, and I've spoken with about 5 of the county council people. I haven't been able to speak with the county commissioners, not because of my own fault, but we look at this situation, and we look at all the situations. Sometimes you ask, why did I seek election? It's a difficult decision, but I think of my 60 years here in Terre Haute, I stand before you because this is one of the biggest decisions I think this city has ever encountered in my lifetime. I'm not for the jail being built where it's going to be built. I think it's going to be fiscally a burden to the city as well as the county. And I would like to say also that I'm an independent speaker. I speak for myself. I don't speak for Charlie or anybody else. And I think the 85 or 90% of the people are independent thinkers as well. We sometimes hear the term due diligence. This is something that did not happen over the last 2.5 years, but from one of the attorneys themselves said, we've not been in compliance for over 20-something years. So where was the due diligence then? We had a sheriff at the time, Sheriff Marvel, who was the sheriff and stopped some of the recreational things to put us in this situation too, and later on he became a commissioner himself. That was one of the terms, I believe, in the lawsuit was recreation. We always hear about the overcrowding thing, so we need a new jail, But we don't talk about the other 3 areas as well. That is recreation, staffing, and the conditions. The conditions of the jail that we currently are in are because there was an upcap. Will we do the same with the new jail, regardless where it's built? The recreation is determined by the sheriff himself, if they're going to be able to use the recreation facilities. Why it was stopped 20 years ago or wherever that time was, I do not know. Staffing, where are we at staffing now? Are we understaffed now? We're worried about the overcrowding, but are we worried about the staffing still? Are we below staffing? These are all decisions that have been not due diligence by the county commissioners, not just Brad and Judy. These are good people too. I disagree with them strongly, but they're good people too. But when we look at this issue, we have to look at those things. There's not due diligence over these years. And it's not just the people that are in power now, or in office now. It goes back and back. So let's get it right this time. So one of the things I want to say is this rezoning issue, I don't think you can say no today. I don't think you can say yes. I think you need to table it. It's been mentioned 4 or 5 times to table it. And I don't think you need hanging over your head about the lawsuit. That's not your issue either. Yours is the due diligence upon this zoning issue and nothing else. So one of the main reasons is the fiscal responsibility. Have you gotten the information from the county commissioners or the county council of how this is going to impact your budget, something that you're fiscally responsible to do every year, is work with the mayor and the governing, part of your governing body, is to work with your budget. How can you budget something that you do not know? How can you pass a rezoning that you don't know how this is going to affect your budget? When we've seen the slide and talked about transportation costs, I'm not concerned about transportation costs from the city to the jail. I'm concerned about the transportation costs of the sheriff's department to the court system. Where is that money coming from? There's been figures around $200,000 a year to over $900,000 a year, which would be 53% of that would be costs coming from the city. Is that going to be figured in court costs? Is it going to be a transportation cost? Are we burdening our prisoners again with even more money that they have to come up with besides court costs and fines and penalties? Are they going to have to pay the transportation costs? Or is this city council going to have to put that in their budget too? These are all questions that I don't think have been answered yet. And partially because of what was said by Pat Goodwin just a few minutes ago, is this, or somebody else, public hearing. Council Crossan has asked people to come to the table. And in 2.5 years' time, we're now learning new information this evening. Very good information. How much more information could we obtain to make an intelligent decision? So I ask you to do due diligence and look at the fiscal responsibility. I don't believe you can vote today. I believe you should table it and do your due diligence to find out. Will we lead by a lawsuit, or will we lead by proper government and due diligence? Table until you have the proper information to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list, and the last person on the list, is Amos Stevens.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Cross. Thank you, Council. My question is, once they get them to the courthouse, if they have to take them or have a recess or anything like that, how much is it going to cost to build the holding cell or anything like that? And another thing I was going to ask is, in order to stop them from going to jail, you need to catch them while they're young, in juvenile and stuff like that. That's how we can stop them from going to jail. And, you know, if we can go to the juvenile center and mentor the children as they coming up, we can kind of avoid jail. And we need mentors. And I'm willing to step up and be a mentor to stop them from going to jail. And that's how we stop this jail. Regardless of if we build a jail or not, we need to stop them before we get to that point. We can build a jail with 1,000 beds, but we can still fill it up. But if we stop them before they get there, we can get down to 10 beds, 50 beds, it doesn't matter, because we can stop them. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. I am going to offer the chance for somebody who came in after the list was available. If there's anyone else who would like to speak, please come to the podium and state your name and address. Thank you.
Barbara Litzter, 2245 North 9th Street. I own a 4-story jail in Vigo County. We bought the old Vigo County Jail 25 years ago. It's a curiosity to me that in the 2.5 years that this brouhaha has boiled and seethed like some monster, no one from the city council, no one from the county council, the mayor, nobody has come to talk to us. Though the Vigo County Jail, the plumbing still works, electricity still works. We don't have dropped ceilings, so you don't have to worry about inmates. The walls are 24 inches thick, poured concrete, Indiana limestone. It's a bulwark. You can't call it a shell. It's huge and it's strong. Buildings in Terre Haute, city and county councils, whether it's for schools or for buildings, the present jail was built for 20 years and barely made it. The old Vigo County Jail is going to make it another 100. quit passing building programs for buildings that are going to collapse in 20 years. It's amazing to me that you can't find a way. On the river, it would take a simple pedway from the old Vigo County Jail across Ohio Street, and you have the Thompson property, which is a huge parking lot. Huge. From the old Vigo County Jail, you are 2 blocks away from the present falling down county jail. It is all on the river. I don't understand why it's never been considered. I don't understand why no one's even thought of it. I haven't taken much part in this because I just thought I'd bide my time and see if anybody had a brain. I want to thank the lawyers and the consultants who have come down and tried to give us a history lesson, but this is a local problem, and it should be solved by the local people. And I think we have tried. I think we've tried valiantly to get your attention, to make you understand how unhappy we are about this. I would like very much, that was the other point. Because we have several apartments, I am often here for Monday City Court. There's not 2 prisoners, there's 20 to 25. I'd like to see them crammed into that paddy wagon. They wouldn't fit. You're going to have large vehicles. But yeah, Chief Plasky says we got 3 on order, going to be over $100,000. They could walk 2 blocks. So I just would hope that you would not act hastily. If you gutted that old Vigo County Jail, ripped everything of the innards out of it, it would be safer and better off than what you're building today.
Thank you. Please, folks. I know we're all tired, and we're looking for a little relief where we can find it, but let's try to be
I'll be quick.
calm. Thanks.
My name's Debbie Hadley. I live at 2300 South 10th and a half. I've lived in Terre Haute all my life. In fact, 50 years ago, I was among the first group when they allowed 18-year-olds to vote. I was very proud to vote in Vigo County and Terre Haute. It's almost like we're making it them against us. It's not. We're a community. We need to work together in a community, decide what's best for everyone. We need to determine the root cause of why all these people are being incarcerated. And I'm concerned with the number of beds they want to put, the number of cells they want to put in the jail. I'm just worried with the old adage of the movie A Field of Dreams, if we build it, they will come. So.
Thank you.
And I appreciate all the work for all of our elected officials, because you guys got a big job ahead of you.
Thank you. I think we had one other person that was, Kathy.
Some of you already received
Please
the
state
short...
your name. Please state your name.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Kathy McGuire, 1118 North 6.5 Street. Some of you have already received a shorter version of what I'm going to say, except for the chair, Councilwoman Crossan, because I typed in the wrong address. So sorry about that. I am one of those who helped get signatures on a petition that will be presented to you. The vast majority of the signers were not people I knew. When people learned the petition was supporting the courthouse campus for the jail, instead of putting it behind the mall, they immediately wanted to sign. To them, it was a no-brainer. A few of them said the property behind the mall should be developed, not used for a jail. A number of them sighed and said, well, that's Terre Haute for you. The implication was our government bodies may have made very big mistakes. One of the things you need to consider is what the result will be of your actions if you rezone this property. In the mind of the public, the county government is corrupt. Many suspect someone is making money, and it isn't the public. They all know the county has not willingly been transparent about this project from the beginning. They know that they have withheld information. They know that they have misled us time and time again. And they know sometimes they've lied. Now, why would they think Vigo County government is corrupt? Could it be because they know county officers have tried to get 4 members fired from their jobs for merely asking questions?
I'm going to ask you to speak to the rezoning.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to ask you to speak to the issue of the rezoning.
I'm sorry?
Speak to the issue of the rezoning, please.
Okay, I will. But I think trust in government is an important issue, and the county government doesn't have it. When it comes to the size of the jail, they ignored the outside consultants they paid a lot of money to. They recommended a smaller jail. The smaller jail, however, is still bigger than what we have now. It has been pointed out by the state that our jail is understaffed. However, the jail has great trouble retaining the employees they have. Where are they going to find even more staff members if they build a bigger jail, bigger than what the consultants recommended? In my opinion, each of you personally, as well as the city government as a whole, should not taint yourselves by assisting the county in their continuing dysfunction and corruption. As for the protests by Art Spaces, I would like to remind you that in the beginning, they had no problem with the current jail on the courthouse property until they found a way to carpetbag when the county commissioners announced they wanted the jail 2 miles away. Art Spaces should know there are artists in our community who support Art Spaces and have signed the Better Government petition. As artists, they know a good jail design could make the jail not even look like a jail. In supporting the mega jail instead of the size the consultants recommended in its location, Art Spaces is ignoring the fact that the bigger the jail, the less public money there will be for art projects and mental health, which helps prevent future criminals. A friend of mine, this matters when our county is either the first or the second highest rate of child abuse. A friend of mine who recently looked for a job in social services and has skills that every social service organization that she applied to wanted her, she refused their job offers because every one of these places was understaffed. These are all mental health positions that I'm talking about. She did finally find a job, but she had to negotiate with them to get what she wanted. So I'm asking you to think a lot about what you've heard tonight, that we don't have all the answers. As several people have pointed out, other people have given information tonight that we've been asking for years. Why would you want to taint yourself with working with people who are not forthcoming with their information? I object also to somebody saying that people who are opposed to the jail, how dare they are in defiance of government officials. I'd like to remind you that this country was founded on the premise that they wanted to eliminate the idea that you could be hurt or damaged by thrown in jail, hung for speaking out against the government, the king, actually, the king. We do not have a king here. We have a democracy, and it is our right to criticize our government. So anyway, I would say vote no, but frankly, I think you need to table this before you have a lot to think over about this. What is best for this community? Not for other people's communities. Some people have said that what the commissioners really want is to house people from other counties. That's not our job. Our job is to work for this county. What is best for this county? Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think anyone else indicated they wanted to speak. Okay. So I think I am going to give, there were some questions asked of you. Do you want to respond to those, Chief? I'm going to let you do that.
Thank you. Again, Madam President, members of the council, Sean Keane, Chief Terrell Police Department. A lot was said, and I want to be civil because I think this is a civil discussion. I think hearing both sides is important. It was a little insulting, some of the comments indicating that, I'm here to talk for the mayor, or that I'm only here giving you the position of the police department because that it somehow helps my job. I think the members of this council know me better than that. As many times as I've spoken to you over the last 10 years, I keep my integrity when it comes to issues like this. I spoke. The reason I came forward at this point, people, I think some of the questions have been, why didn't I provide this information earlier? I've been the chief since January. Not a single person has approached me about this issue. I did speak to Mr. Goodwin in my office, as he said, and at the time he said he may have questions about the police department. I offered at that time to discuss them with him, and specifically the building of the police department. He did not take me back up on that offer. So when I come back from vacation, this is the first I heard of the groups that are, this proposal where the police and the jail would be combined at this location. So obviously at that point, and then hearing the information that was given to this council last meeting, I want you to be able to understand the police department's perspective on that. Now, some of the questions that Mr. Goodwin had of me, did I recently look up these numbers? Of course I did. He brought these numbers to you as an argument. He should have looked up those numbers or requested them. Again, I offered. All he had to do was ask. I don't know who they've been talking to that wouldn't provide numbers such as this. I'm sure Sheriff Plassey, his staff, they're the ones that provide them to us, would have no problem providing the same numbers to him. So, of course, I looked up these numbers because he should have done that. We have a responsibility, if we're going to make an argument, to be accurate with it. He told you guys that you should avoid this because of the impact to the city police department. And that's why I came here to speak to you. As I said before, I think it's important that you have a view on how we operate. Now, I've explained it, some of the other things that were addressed. We go back and forth on this response time, travel time. So when I came here, as I reviewed the video, Mr. Goodwin twice says the word response time. And it's just not accurate. Again, that's why we use the overlapping districts, which I never heard him address those. With those, that does not affect response time. Now, from the beginning, I've not come here to speak. He asked, I think, where I would have the jail if it were up to me. My entire perspective on this has been how these proposals will affect the operations of the police department. I've tried to remain objective on that. If I were to place it anywhere, obviously, my same argument for where I have the police department now would be for any of these resources. Everything that's more centrally located is easier. Your ability to send out your services to your individual districts is more efficient and it's more effective. Sure, obviously the best choice would be to have it near the center of the city where we are. Now, that is the center of our patrol district and have been long since before the police department was ever placed there. So even in the decades before that, that's where we would meet to hand in reports and other things. So my argument to you is, over the next 50 years, why would you take your police department that's in the center and in the best position to deliver services and move it back to the outskirts? I keep hearing, that this location has been here for 130 years. Of course it was. The geography of the city was very different, I'm sure, 130 years ago. None of us were around, but it's different. We've annexed more area. The city goes all the way out to the east end of the airport. It's very different than it was when we said, or someone might argue that this is the center of the city. As I said, the distance from here to the far east end is almost equivalent to the distance to the proposed site to the far northeast end. So my point to all this is, my perspective has been on how this affects the police department and some of the misinformation that's been proposed. Now, the whole thing about the transport vehicle, as I said, that becomes irrelevant. It was said that we don't have one. I brought that here to demonstrate we do. But I also said that issue doesn't become an issue because the sheriff has already taken over those functions of transporting. So if the jail site is moved somewhere else, the sheriff's department will be transporting prisoners. And he's here, and I'm sure he could answer that question. But these are all things that were told to you as a cell to where these will negatively impact the Turtle Police Department. That's why I'm here. I'm not here to pick on any one person, but these things were brought forward directly, accusing us of, these different operational functions that just weren't true. So at this time, if I've not answered everything that he touched upon, there was a lot, that you have further questions of, I'm more than happy to answer it now.
I think through with your statement, we'll turn to the council now, and if there are questions, I think this is the appropriate time to bring them to Chief King. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Chief, if I may, I was
Next, I
waiting
didn't see you.
going to let somebody else. Just a couple of quick things. First, thanks for coming and helping us understand this. You said that the sheriff is now transporting prisoners.
The prisoners for city court, correct, yeah.
For city court. From where to where?
At this point, the only jail we have right now, so from there to here.
So from a few steps away to here?
Yes.
And that doesn't involve any vehicles, it's just escort,
correct,
right? So do you have some kind of an understanding with Chief Plassey, or I'm sorry, Sheriff Plassey, that that's going to continue off-site, miles away, if that's what happens in the future?
That's my understanding, but he's right behind me, so if you'd like to ask him that, I'm happy to answer.
Chief Pulaski, I think you can come up. too.
Sheriff Plassey.
Sheriff, I'm sorry. Old titles die hard here, sorry about that.
That's okay, thank you. And there were many things brought out tonight that aren't accurate. I would like to address some of those if I may. Marijuana arrest, it's a citation, they don't go to jail, so it's totally false. Anyone in that jail is there for marijuana, unless it's a dealing amount. Simple use of marijuana, paraphernalia, citation, they don't even go to jail. They get a ticket, they go to court. For the transportation issue, we took that over in April because I felt we should have another agency transport our inmates to court, even though it's city court. It's been done for a long time. We changed that in April. We'll continue. And I thought ahead, if we do locate off-site, it's not fair to make the city pay for vehicles to transport from an off-site location, because I thought it was the sheriff's office. There are inmates, we need to take care of that transportation. So that will continue. I won't be coming back and say, hey, you need to finance that, because that won't happen. But the question of travel, if we move to the site that's proposed, it's about 4.5 miles. We currently, last year, traveled 20,000 miles to house the inmates that we can't house here. We've done figures from transporting those inmates from the proposed site to court, and it would be about 15,000 miles a year, so we're already coming out ahead. You've been told we need to hire some more staff to do that, which is totally inaccurate. Last year, the most amount of people that went to court in one day was 77 inmates. The average is 36. So I based my estimate on the worst-case scenario, so the average is an easy thing to do. If we had to do 77, which we did last year when we had less staffing than we do now, because we were just added by the county council 27 spots to fill. We did that with that staff last year minus those 27. So no additional staff is needed to do that. Now vehicles, yes. We would need more vehicles if we had the worst case scenario, 77. If we would purchase 3 more 15-passenger vans, and they're currently on the state QPA, $33,000 apiece, roughly $1,000 to put the cage in it to make it safe to transport. It'd be just over $100,000 for 3 vans to allow us to transport back and forth to court.
$100,000 total?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay.
So if we did a 5-year lease, it'd be maybe $22,000 a year for 5 years. Or if we did it all up front at once, it's just over $100,000. So there's no cost, there's no astronomical cost to transport them from there. There's no more staff needed. Again, no one consulted me, asked me those figures, the numbers for the jail. No one's asked me that. So there's a lot of people saying, well, we don't get this information. I was told that we didn't get information on the daily count. So I went with the news and told them, you can go online, Google it, get your number there. Again, no one asked us for those numbers. So I just don't like the misinformation being put out. I understand not agreeing with a location, but be factual in your argument. Don't put out misleading information. And if you have any other questions of me, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you.
I do. Chief, Sheriff, just to be clear, on transportation, you're saying that that's going to be on the Sheriff's Department from now on?
Correct.
So as part of that's been one of my concerns as a city council person, as a member of the fiscal body, thinking about budgets and all that, trying to put a number to that, to what that would be. That's easier for me if it's a number that the county council has to deal with. And a number that, but ultimately, it's still coming out of our collective pockets. I mean, I'm a taxpayer too, in addition to being an elected official, just like you.
Yes,
So I'm relieved to hear that there's already a plan in place for how to transport people off-site, if that's what we end up coming up with. Do you agree, though, that if we were to build closer to or on this campus, somewhere within walking distance of the court system, that would be better or more affordable for the citizens?
If we could build an adequate number that would allow expansion on one level, yes.
And one of the things the nuances that I've gathered from listening to these arguments over the years now is that there will be a mezzanine level in the planned jail that is quote-unquote one level. Is that true?
Correct.
Is there an elevator serving that mezzanine level?
No, sir.
Okay, so that's the difference, is that you can walk up or walk down and there's no elevator, or one of the differences.
Yes.
And that mezzanine level, bigger facility is what's being contemplated for the students' golf course site?
Yes.
And what will not fit here, in your
Correct.
opinion? At our last meeting, another thing that Mr. Goodwin shared with us was a diagram that had a footprint that showed the multi-level jail on the parking lot out here, and it looked like it would fit fine, with room for expansion, buffers, et cetera. I'm wondering if that same exercise has been done with the design that you all are contemplating for the golf course.
To have the, like Saginaw?
No, your current design, would it fit out here or not?
So what we have designed now, if we would put it here, it would take all the space that you have and would not allow for expansion. And that's my concern. I know there's all kinds of talk about different things, diversionary things to keep people out of jail. It's just right now it's not working. And we've talked to people that do this, I do this, and we see our numbers. They're not declining, unfortunately. I wish I could say they were, but they're not.
And I know that that's not a call that you're making, that there's a component to the state legislature and others that have to get on board to make that happen.
Yes.
All right, I yield for now. Thank you,
You're welcome.
Sheriff.
That's okay.
Sheriff, how are you?
Good, thanks.
I had a couple questions with some concerns that were brought up. Somebody brought up the fact that a van transporting inmates had an accident earlier this year. Was that with your department?
That was the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. The only involvement we had was we sent a correctional officer down there to watch the inmates until they could come and get them from Sullivan County. So I'm not going to say accidents can't happen, but to portray us as having an accident is not true, because we did not.
All right. It's also been mentioned that you spoke before the Taxpayers Association, saying that you wanted the site here because you were concerned about the transportation costs.
Correct.
And that you had gone to orientation school for sheriff orientation, excuse me, and that your opinion changed. Could you discuss how your opinion changed?
I had some concerns, and I wasn't in office yet when I met with them. The sheriff's school was in December, so I had met with them, I went to the sheriff's school, and what I did, as any diligent person would do, would be ask people that actually do that, sheriffs to transport from off-site, and I think they said there were roughly 20 some that are not by the courthouse. So not knowing that is a concern. And then when I talked to the sheriffs on how they do things, if they had any issues, my concerns were alleviated.
Were you pressured by the commissioners to have that stance, that position?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did they ask your opinion on multi-story or single-story?
They did.
Okay. The Saginaw jail has been brought up multiple times. Did you have an opportunity to speak with that sheriff? Were you aware that he was coming here?
I was, and I did talk to him.
Okay. Did you reach out to him to do a possible tour of the jail?
Of my jail, yes, but he did not.
No, but of his jail up in Saginaw?
No, I didn't. That would be beneficial to go up to Saginaw and look at that jail.
Okay. Is that jail complete?
It is not.
Okay. So we don't know if they might need more staffing once it's complete or an additional expansion once it's complete, correct?
Correct. And then looking at the design, to me, it seems inadequate for what we want to do here with pretrial services and the things our community is asking us to do. His storage is not adequate. Again, he can deal with that because it's his jail, but looking at it from my perspective and what we've got there, it would not. And he did say his cap is 500 inmates, so once he's at 500, he's done. He can't add on. So right there is another problem.
Okay. And so that jail's not complete then, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I yield.
Yes, Curtis.
Yeah, I have two questions regarding a multi-story jail.
Yes.
And thank you for showing myself and Councilman Nasser around the jail
You're welcome.
Last week. I appreciate that. The first issue is one that I really didn't think too much about until I took the tour, and that had to do with elevators. There was a deputy who told me that in his 13 years working, he was stuck in the elevator 7 times, I believe. I think that's accurate.
Yep.
He had also told me that it's not unusual that a significantly large number of people would be in an elevator.
Yes.
Based off of learning that information, I think it's accurate to say that, yes, elevators do present a very real safety risk.
Yes, Bill Wilson mentioned that earlier as well.
Yeah. And an issue I hadn't considered until today was if a fire would occur in a multi-story jail. I had never thought of that. But I think it would be a safe assumption that it would be much easier to deal with that situation on a single-level jail as opposed to a multi-story jail. Would you agree with that?
Well, if you look at the Saginaw, for example, 500 inmates, you have a fire. Elevator capacity is roughly 10. I don't know how many they've got in their design, but just do the math to get 10 people at a time down there. What if the elevator goes down because of the fire? It's just a disaster waiting to happen.
I know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments by members of council?
Sure, I'll go. Ready?
Yes.
I just want to say, I've got several notes here, several things I wanted to say. It might be a little bit disjointed because some of the things I wanted to talk about and become null and void pretty quickly, and some new things have come up. But I guess before I get started, I want to say and thank everybody for being professional tonight. I think everyone's gotten along very well. I also wanted to say that I have pretty good working relationships, I think, with city folks and county. And I know our 2 commissioners have been under the gun here for a little bit, but would say that I've had good working relationships with both the Andersons. Hope that continues. I think the last time we got together, somebody had suggested that we explain our thoughts, our comments, and maybe how we're going to vote. I don't know if we're going to vote tonight or not. We don't plan these things. I know a lot of people think that it's all set up beforehand, and this is somewhat of a show, but I have no idea what we're going to do after we all talk. But so I'm going to try to explain some of my thoughts here tonight. First of all, the size of the jail, I'm not going to wade into that. I feel like a lot of things that I may talk about, I don't know as much as a lot of other people here tonight. I certainly don't know a whole lot about the size of the jail. I don't know that any of us know how big it needs to be today and how much space we're going to need in the future. I appreciate Michael Wright's comment about the 80% rule. I wasn't aware of that until tonight. I thought that was pretty interesting. I also think that we've gotten a lot of good information tonight. I've been following this issue for quite some time, as many of you have. I haven't been to as many meetings, actually, probably more people in the public have been to more meetings than I have, so I appreciate that too. But we got a lot of good information tonight, and I just wonder, with the public sentiment the way it is, had we gotten that information sooner, would things be a different outcome today? As far as, I know you're going to hear about this, that we're only here to voice our opinions and vote on the actual zoning itself. And the only concern that I see, I mean, I think the design of the jail, and I'm looking at the map here, and I think that that location is conducive. I think it would fit. I think the infrastructure could be there as previously stated. The only thing that I would like to be on record on is the odor going to be a problem? Are we at risk to be sued after move-in date? And I don't know the answer to that. I'm not really asking anybody specifically to answer that, but I guess I wanted to be on record that that is a concern. The second thing is, even though that's all we're supposed to be planning and talking about and voting on, we don't have a city planner or a county planner. I don't think we have a county planner. I've heard that we don't. Or do we have one that would be one person that would do both? And so I think that we should take a little bit of lenience in that, but it's not just about zoning. It's okay for this body to think about the actual plan of a city and a county and how these things function together. And so I'm thinking about that quite a bit. There's a quote that I hear a lot. I don't use it a lot, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that comes to mind to me tonight. And when I was a student at Indiana State University in the 80s, one of the things I learned was form follows function. And when I look at a jail and what's the function of a jail, I think that it's to be in tandem with the judicial system. Our judicial system is at the courthouse. And if you look at my neighbor's jail, the first jail that was built, they built that close to the courthouse. Sounds like a pretty good idea and a pretty good plan. When they built the second jail, they built it even closer. And now we're talking about building a jail that's not any closer. In fact, it's miles away. So I say that just to let everybody know that that's the problem I have with this. I don't know that what my action will be tonight will determine or change any of that, but that's the biggest concern I have. I think we should work as hard as we can to get those two entities together. I thought that all along, and I'm not alone in that. The elevator, it's been cleared up a little bit now, so this may not be as relevant, but it's the second time tonight that I've heard about elevators not being safe. Bill, I think you brought it up, and I appreciate you saying that, particularly since you spent a lot of time in the jails. But I guess my problem originally was we don't want multi-layer jails because elevators are unsafe. And yet, what we're going to do is take those incarcerated into some sort of transportation van or bus, seatbelt them in a confined space, and then drive with them. So if a confined space in an elevator is unsafe, isn't it unsafe in a van? So that was my problem with that. I still sort of had that problem. I don't know that I've heard this publicly, but, the Redevelopment Commission owns the property that's directly behind us today, and I've heard multiple times that property is available for $1. Has anybody heard that publicly before? I wanted to state it, because it is, and that's what I'm continually told. So if we're looking at cost savings and expenditures, That's a pretty big piece. If we can get that piece of property for $1, I would be willing to put that money up, or we could all chip in on the council. That'd be 90 cents. We would be almost there. I also wanted to say that I appreciate the research that was done. I love to hear from the public that we serve and what their comments are and what their feedback is. And I know some of the individuals that collected this information, I know they've got experience in research. So I trust that these numbers are good and probably pretty close to being spot on. And for months, I've done the same thing. I've asked people just that question, where do you think the jail should be? And I would say 80 to 90% always says the same thing, government campus. They're all here tonight. I know everybody thinks there's only the same 8 people that come to these meetings and talk. But I guarantee you, that's the tip of the iceberg. I'm not sure if I'm wrapping up. Okay, I found my next one. I've got 2 left. I guess the last thing. You know, I think about this job quite a bit. It's a part-time council job that we all have, that we all get to enjoy, and I enjoy it too. And I think the public has treated me well. I think this is probably the easiest job in the world that somebody could have. And I think all you have to do is follow your heart, vote for what's best for your community, and always listen to the public who's paying for everything. I won't be supporting this. I don't know what we're going to do beyond this, but I'll yield for now. Thank you.
I'll go. I want to first address a number of comments that were made this evening, and I want to address some comments wearing my county citizen taxpayer hat, and then I'll make some comments wearing my city council hat. First of all, it's state income tax or local income tax that's increased to fund the jail. You do not pay state and local income tax on Social Security benefits that might be taxable for federal, but they're not taxable on your Indiana return. So you're not paying for this jail based upon your Social Security benefit. I just want to comment, the county commissioners have answered all of my questions on a timely basis whenever I had them, either in a meeting or on a phone call. We heard some comments about there's no budget. The gentleman from Crow, I believe it was, addressed that. I have this document that I've seen he's had in his hand, dated March 26, 2019. Vigo County estimated new jail operating expenses. Also has the debt service information in there, the revenue information, and I think it works pretty well as a budget. So if you don't think, there's a budget out there, there is, and you may want to look at it if you're interested. I've been on council a little over 3.5 years now, and tonight was the first time my name was called out during a public discussion on a matter, that we're being asked to vote on. I didn't appreciate it, and in a way, I think that could be construed to be a threat, and everybody talks about threats frequently tonight. I've been contacted by a total of 5 people about this issue. 5. It's all the emails or phone calls that I have. I've talked to a contractor that's very familiar with the current jail and its condition. He tells me the cost of rehabilitation or renovation would be prohibitive for that. No question. I have no question about that. Someone commented about the laws and incarceration, well, we have to live with the federal and state laws that are passed, unless Eddie and Mike can get something done about those in the next 60 days or so to clear up that problem for us, but I don't think that's going to happen. I've toured the wastewater treatment plant from start to finish, all the way through. The only place where there's a little bit of smell is in the first building where the sewage first comes in to the plant. And there's always got to be a starting point. But from that point on, once we left that building and went on, I was amazed that you didn't smell any more than what I did. We got into the transportation costs late there with Sheriff Plassey. I think one of the other costs that's out there that the county has been incurring is what they have to pay these other counties to put prisoners in those jails. From the city's perspective, are there additional transportation costs or travel costs? Yeah, there might be, but we also got to remember there's additional revenue we're receiving related to the tax, and there's no way those additional costs are going to exceed the additional revenue that we're going to get. One topic that I don't think I've heard. Well, let me talk about the poll question. Do you support a less expensive jail at the courthouse? I think that oversimplifies the situation significantly. I don't think it's a fair polling question. Although I'm not a polling expert, it doesn't address operational efficiencies. It doesn't address room for expansion. It doesn't address a lot of the issues that are related. Concerning distances between county jails and county courts in other communities, numerous counties in this state, those facilities are not adjacent. Lafayette, Tippecanoe County, 3 miles. Evansville, Vanderburgh County, 5 miles. Vincennes, Knox County, 4 miles. Bloomfield, Greene County, 2 miles. Jasper, Du Bois County, 2 miles. Rockville, Park County, 2 miles. And there are many more, according to the person that I talked to that is very familiar with this, because he represents 30-some sheriffs in the state of Indiana. Distances between jails and courts are just not uncommon. And in fact, he told me many communities purposely moved them outside of their downtowns and their hearts to get those out of there, the sight of those. I know Councilman Nash is going to talk a little bit about the turn to the river, but do we really want our citizens and city visitors to stroll by fencing and razor wire and possibly a huge parking garage as they make their way from downtown to the riverfront as proposed by the Art Spaces project, with which, according to one officer I talked to today, they've already incurred approximately $250,000 of costs getting some preliminary designs and have been awarded a $750,000 grant for phase 1 of their project. I encourage our county officials to build a quality jail that will last 40-plus years, a quality jail that is the right size as to the number of beds. The right size of the number of beds is an estimate, so I would consider a small cushion of excess beds should be considered. Build that quality jail in a location that has sufficient space for the footprint that is desired, and also have sufficient space for future expansion, since expansion may be necessary just based on past experience. And I'll also encourage them to design a jail that facilitates maximum efficient maintenance and staffing over the long run. And this appears to me, from what I've been provided and what I've read, to be a single-story pod design. As I talked last meeting, the annual operating costs over the life of the jail could be as much as 90% of the total cost of construction plus operating costs. And something like 75 or 80% of those operating costs are personnel related. So the layout and efficiency is the most significant factor. I also wonder about, where do you put all that? Construction trailers and construction workers and the parking and all that's involved for about a 2-year period or whatever it takes to build this.
Sorry, sir. It's out of order.
So, wearing on this side, doing that on the campus, wearing my city council hat, I must remember there are laws, ordinances, and rules to follow when addressing the rezoning of property. I should consider the recommendation made by area planning. In this rezoning, it is favorable. Should consider the concerns of adjacent property owners. In this rezoning, I haven't heard of any significant concerns. None have been reported by any other council members that I'm aware of. And I really just don't believe it is the responsibility of our city council to tell the county officials where the jail must go, but where it could go. So my conclusion is if we vote for the rezoning, I'll be voting for it. I yield.
Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, thanks everybody for coming, and everybody has a right to their opinion. I respect all your opinions, and I hope you'll respect ours as well. There's a couple of things that I think are a little misleading to the public in general, and that is that if we vote this down tonight, that means it's going to go on this campus. Well, that's certainly not true. We know that. We know that that's not going to be the outcome. What the outcome will be, we don't know, but I believe we are pretty much aware that it's not going to go on this campus. From what I got it right. What Sheriff Plasty said was that you could probably put that pod system here, but then there would be no room for expansion in the future. And I think that's the big problem that the county had to begin with the jail as it is now, is that it was built without thinking about expansion, and it was done wrong twice. I don't think, we want to see that done again. The question again about are you for a less expensive jail at the same location? I just think that question doesn't really adequately address the issue. I also am concerned that some of the people that are here and some that aren't, and some that we've seen Facebook comments about that were against the rezoning of the IP property. At that meeting, if I'm not mistaken, we're not adamantly against this property. As a matter of fact, a couple people, even if I'm not mistaken, suggested this would be a good alternative. I'm also concerned, the reason I voted against that was because I felt like the Riverscape people had a vision for that property. In the same respect, I believe that the Turn to the River people have a vision for the current property. Whose vision is more important? Everybody needs to ask themselves that question. Excuse me, I've got to read some of my notes here. As far as I think Councilman Garrison brought up about possible accidents with people and transporting people compared to the elevator issue in the jail. Well, you're talking and all life is valuable, please don't get me wrong, but you're talking 15 people at a time, not 500. So there's a difference when you have a fire in a building with elevators and there are 500 people involved. I think that's another thing and that was brought up. I really never thought about that until this evening. I believe that the costs of the jail, That's the job of the county council, not ours. We have enough to worry about with our costs and our budgets. The county council, that is their charge, is to decide whether they want to fund this or not. And that's not up to us to decide. We have to decide the rezoning. I'm a little upset that people think that if we would vote yes for this, that we're becoming rulers and not leaders. Well, I take offense to that comment. I've always tried to do what I feel is in the best interests, and, you know, we're not always going to agree, and hopefully we all still leave as friends. Basically, I did contact, I went one step further than, I think Mr. Nasser and Mr. DeBon went and talked to some of the Honey Creek people that are in that area. I went one step further, and I contacted the new owners of the mall. And I was on the phone with the gentleman, Trevor Barron, who is one of the people that is involved in the purchase of that property. And I wanted to make sure that I did, as a councilman, my due diligence, because someone on Facebook said we weren't doing our due diligence. So I wanted to make sure we were doing it, or I was, at least. So I contacted them, and I asked them, do they think that this would in any way be a negative impact on attracting new businesses and revitalizing the mall? He was emphatic in saying no, and I'm not going to read all he said because it's a page and a half. A jail is perhaps, unfortunately, part of a community, and we support efforts to develop the Terre Haute community infrastructure and services. We are hopeful that the initiation of new construction in that area will create more jobs in Terre Haute and business for the mall as the build is in progress. We want to work with the project team to do our part to support and identify any synergies mall ownership or tenants could have and projects needs that we can fulfill. So basically, the comment was favorable. They were not against this in any way, shape, or form. So that kind of put myself at ease on that particular part of the project. So basically, it comes down to whether we're going to vote on it or not. So at that point in time, I'll yield to whoever else wants to speak.
Thank you. Councilwoman Aller?
First of all, I want to thank everyone. It's been a long evening. I know I've heard everyone's comments, and we've all been here. I know I touched on some things last time. I'm going to be very brief tonight because it's a long night and we still have a long way to go here. I know there's been people and I have talked to a lot of the owners of businesses down that are affected with this area. I went a step further. I contacted Debbie, which is over our wastewater treatment plant. Because not only am I worried about the smell for the inmates, I'm worried about our city employees that work down there every single day. I'm worried about the flow going into the sewage plant. We just put how much money into a brand-new plant down there. And she assured me that she had no problems, that everything, she was fine with everything that was going in down there. I know a lot of people have touched on a lot of different things here tonight. I don't want to echo different things. I know my name's been called out twice. I will say I take pride in my district. I have an open door. I'm willing to meet with people. I answer my emails. I went through the IP property with many people. And the only thing I heard all the way through that was anywhere but the IP property. They've chosen another location. I think it's time that we start to move forward. I've not had one person that is going to be directly impacted with this by living down there in an apartment, by owning a business, anything that has contacted me with having problems. With that being said, I yield. Thank you.
Okay, I took 11 pages of notes, so I'm not really going to. So I may be a little bit all over the place over here and over there, so you're going to hear a few different things. I like to consider myself an idealist. I think a lot of you do as well. I'm not as much as I was when I was a little younger, but I'm still an idealist. But I've come to the conclusion the commissioners are not going to put the jail on the government campus. It's not going to happen. That is reality. I've had to accept that. Upon accepting that, I have to ask, what is the next best location? It's important to me that it remain within city limits. I think that's important for all of us here. I think we would all agree on that. We may not agree on the location, but I think we all agree it should be in the city limits. After hearing Chief Keene and Sheriff Plassey, I feel good from the perspective of the police department and the sheriff's office that this is a suitable location. When it comes to looking at that area for rezoning, I too have toured the wastewater plant. I spent a few hours going down to over a dozen businesses.
It was 102 degrees that day, by the way.
It was 102 degrees, and it was hot. I truthfully was very surprised as to what I heard from the business in the area. I went in thinking I was going to hear more of a negative response as opposed to a positive, but that was not the case. The owners of the mall are for it. They're not neutral. They support it there. The movie theater, they support it there. Of over a dozen businesses myself and Councilman Nasser went to, it was overwhelming support. There were a few who were more neutral, but there was no opposition when it came to the businesses and the retail in that area. And of course, I can't go to everyone in that area, but I did make an effort to go to quite a few. So I certainly feel that I have done my due diligence, and God knows I have spent hours and hours looking into this issue. That is the truth. Probably more time on this issue than any other issue I have had to vote on during my term in office. I looked up wastewater utility plants near correctional facilities. I spent hours trying to find something because I was concerned about that as well. I really thought I would find a lawsuit or something that would lead me to say, okay, we cannot build it there because of the wastewater plant. I didn't. I could not find one example of a legal issue on that ground. In fact, I did find that a number of correctional facilities operated their own wastewater plants on their campus. So truthfully, what I went out to seek when it came to the rezoning of this property was truthfully the opposite of what I expected to find. And if I'm going to be honest with myself, the work that I have done, and I have put a lot of work into this, that site is suitable for a jail. Having said that, I will yield for the moment. Thank you.
Just in short, and everybody's stated what I wanted to say, but in talking with experts in the field in prisons, everyone ended the conversation with make sure you have room for expansion. The shame is this campus with the design doesn't, which is a shame, and that's the problem. And it seems like if this doesn't pass, we get further and further out of city limits. So I yield.
I've been part of this process since I got elected. I've gone to some of the county council meetings. I was there at the infamous meeting where Commissioner Anderson, in some people's respect, felt like she was being disrespectful. I know the commissioners have made mistakes. I know that they would admit that they made some of those mistakes. But I hate the fact that there are people that are using the words bullying, extortion, coercion, bullheadedness to describe some elected officials. I consider the commissioners friends. I know they love this community, but I'm going to do what I feel is best for our community. I think a lot of times people spend more time trying to, if they would take more time to get people to understand their position instead of trying to be understood, I think we would be much, much better. I think everybody's, gotten to the point where it's gotten personal, and that's, unfortunate. I think as elected officials that I think all of us here on this council do a good job by calling out people that are distorting the facts, and hopefully by doing so, we garner the truth. It's disheartening that people haven't reached out to, the sheriff to get, facts, our local sheriff, not somebody in Saginaw, Michigan. It's unfortunate that nobody reached out to Sean Keene to get some facts before, distorting that to the public. A lot of people have mentioned Mary Kramer and her position with Turn of the River, like it could still happen with the jail being on that campus. I don't want to read her whole letter. I'll make it available on our city website, but I just want to paraphrase what she said. First, the plan, vision, concepts, and designs for Turn of the River were developed with the understanding that the jail would be moved. Consequently, such a significant change would require additional study, planning, and redesign, none of which could take place until a new design for the jail was completed. Also, at the present time, we have no funds for such a redesign. Secondly, we currently have funds that are targeted to implement the first phase of Turn to the River. A change in plans would necessitate that we go back to the funding agency to find out if they will remain involved. Of course, we don't know the answer to this question. Also, future federal funding that we're seeking is based on the carefully researched and thoughtfully prepared plans which they previously contributed to would be jeopardized. As supportive members of our community, we trust that you will make the best decision. However, we ask that you not base your decision on a false premise that has been circulated throughout the community that a new jail on the current site and Turn to the River are easily and readily compatible. So again, it's just frustrating that people are speaking without going to the people that are involved with various projects. With that being said, Council President, I make a motion that we approve Resolution 16, 2019. Okay.
I'd like to make a statement before we take the motion, but I will certainly yield to Councilman Nasser after I have. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for being here from the county, our fellow county officials, both over here to the side and in the audience, and for all of the public who are here and the consultants as well. Some people have said to me, that we talked tonight a little bit about, is this just a rezoning request? And yes, it is just a rezoning request, but it's a rezoning request. And for me, what sets it apart from the average rezoning request is that it's a rezoning request for land that is to be used for a public purpose, and for a public purpose that affects both the city and the county, and affects both city and county taxpayers. Of course, if you're a city taxpayer, you're by definition a county taxpayer as well. So those things to me set this apart from most zoning requests in terms of how I am looking at it and how I've analyzed it. I'd like to commend the folks that have done the surveys, and I know there's some criticism of them. We can always do that. But I would say this, you can always ask a question in a way that presumes an answer. And I can understand some of the concern with how the question was asked. But I have to say, I've been walking precincts too, and not for this issue. I've been walking precincts because I'm running for office. And I have walked to doors, and I think I said this at our last meeting, I've walked doors over and over and over of people all over my district, and my district includes people up by Rice Hall, and you know what that neighborhood's like, and it includes people down in the south part of Farrington's Grove, believe it or not. It's a crazy map, and it includes people on Ohio Street, and many people in between. And I seldom knocked on a door that the voter didn't bring up this issue to me. So regardless of whether this survey is completely scientifically solid or not, I know from my own actions, that this is an issue that is on the minds of many, if not most, voters. In terms, I'm a little over the place too, because like Curtis, I took a lot of notes here. In terms of the transportation versus the elevator and the cost of those things, what I would like to see is a plan that I understand and I appreciate very much that both Sheriff Classy and Chief King were here tonight and gave us the information that they've shared. And I am too pleased to hear that you're not anticipating a much greater financial load in the transportation because you won't be paying for our inmates to go to the counties, and I appreciate that. And I'm glad to hear it. However, ideally, that would really be saved money that wouldn't have to be used here for transporting people, so that we would be saving, maybe close to double that amount, as opposed to just having it be a little better than a wash. So I guess I think it's really good information to have. I'm glad we have it, and I'm glad for the improvement from what I thought might be true, but it's still a concern. Earl raised the inconvenience of jail construction, and I have to say that was a little bit of a surprise to me, given that, anytime you're going to have construction, there's going to be inconvenience from construction, no matter where it is. Certainly, probably less to the average citizen down there than maybe here, certainly less to city and county functions, but I think that's going to happen anywhere, and you only have to walk a couple of blocks east of here to understand how construction that's going to ultimately benefit the community affects our daily lives while it's going on. So I guess I don't consider that to be a strong argument for or against. I would say that I believe it was Mr. Wright. If I'm wrong about that, I apologize, but I believe that he talked about the wastewater treatment plant and the closeness, and I guess I don't see that as being a big, major issue. However, I would say that I do see the potential for an issue there, and and I certainly want our wastewater treatment people to be safe, and I feel reasonably confident that they are safe from any environmental things there, as long as the plant is running as it should run. But I think putting residential is very different than having people come in and work, and I think there are lots of places where you can't have residential where there has been some environmental concern. So I guess, again, that comparison I would just make a distinction about. I made some comments at our last meeting, and I think everyone here knows that I did make some attempts to get stakeholders together in the meantime, so that we might share some information. I think we got some valuable information tonight. I think we could have gotten more if we had met together, or we would at least have been able to ask the questions, so that information could have been available to us tonight. And I regret that didn't happen. I thought that Mr. Frederick's comments about the court update were really very helpful, if not to us tonight, certainly helpful to this community to have that update. And but it also, and I know Mr. Frederick, I know he's a fine attorney, and I know he's reporting accurately to us what those orders said. And it astounds me that we're under that kind of pressure, and we couldn't have a meeting between our last meeting and this, of the stakeholders, to have a discussion. I still find that just astounding. I don't know what's going to happen on the vote tonight. We're going to know here probably in a few minutes. But I would say that if the vote should go no, if the vote goes yes, I think I'm pretty clear what's going to happen. And I'm begging my fellow county officials to do as much as you can in that case to save our taxpayers' money. I'm begging you to give the taxpayers updates about the construction and what's going on with the jail. I'm begging you to get reports from Mr. Frederick and share it with this community so that we can have a feeling that we're in this together as we go forward. If the vote should be no, I'm begging you to consider something other than the industrial park. And one of my concerns about the industrial park is this, and I'd forgotten to ask this when I talked with some of the commissioners in our brief meeting, but I did have a meeting with Steve Whittens, who's the Director of Redevelopment and for the County Economic Development. If he knew where in the industrial park the proposed place would be, and Steve said that to the best of his knowledge, the proposed place would be in the, I want to get this straight, my mind's not working too well right now, in the southeast corner of the industrial park, so towards the front but on the south. And I guess the location really isn't of too much concern once it's down there. But I do have a concern that we would use valuable industrial park land to put a jail on when we could use it for potential business development. So I just would ask the county officials to take that kind of concern into consideration if, in fact, there is a no vote here tonight. And with that, I yield.
Councilwoman President,
Yes.
I make a motion that we amend that we amend Special Ordinance 15, 2019, as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilperson Nasser and seconded by Councilperson Azar that we amend Special Ordinance 15, 2019 as presented.
Roll call.
Oh, this is for the amendment.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You withdraw your request.
I withdraw. It's late, sorry.
That's all right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is so amended.
Madam President,
Yes.
I make a motion we approve Special Ordinance 15, 2019 as amended.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilperson Nasser and seconded by Councilperson Azar that we adopt Special Ordinance 15, 2019.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Paper ballot.
Okay,
Roll call is called.
If I did roll call.
Roll call is called first.
Okay, sorry, a little confusion. Councilperson Aller.
Yes.
Councilperson Azar.
Yes.
Councilperson DeBon.
Yes.
Councilperson Elliott.
Yes.
Councilperson Garrison.
No.
Councilperson Morris.
Yes.
Councilperson Nasser.
Yes.
Councilperson Nation.
I came prepared to vote no tonight. I'm better informed, but I'm still against this. No.
Councilperson Crossan.
No.
That is 6 yes, 3 no.
The special ordinance passes.
Is that it? We done? Move to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.